call the Board of Supervisors to order. Ms. Warren, may I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Giomi. Here. Supervisor White.
Here.
Supervisor Jones.
Present.
Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. It's time for our invocation with our learned Pastor Haskins.
Let's pray. Loving Heavenly Father, we're thankful that we could be here today, and you've taught us in your word that the importance of government, that people might lead peaceful and productive lives, and that we should pray for our leaders. So here we are, and I ask that you'd be with our mayor and these supervisors today, grant them a degree of wisdom that would benefit this entire community as they make the decisions that they need to make during the next few hours. So guide them and bless them, I pray, in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much. Miss Walt, would you do us the honor of leading the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. We're now on public comment, and we will start with the phone. Do I have any callers on the line?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
Thank you. We'll now move on to if anyone in the audience would like to make public comment. I'm going to start with Miss Walt.
Thank you. My name is Molly Walt, CEO of Nevada Rural County's RSVP program. Thank you for allowing me to speak during public comment. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the many people that helped make the 4th of July a great success. The event was successful because the community support we received and the help and the patience from the city. So at this time, I'd like to recognize all of those from the city that certainly helped, and their patience were extreme. I was grateful for the patience that they gave to me. Due to COVID and the uncertainty of the restrictions being lifted on June 1st, we had 30 days to plan this event. I was extremely grateful and thankful to Mayor Lori Bagwell, members of the Board of Supervisors, all of you, City Manager Nancy Paulson, Deputy City Manager Stephanie Hicks, Sheriff Furlong, Under Sheriff Jeremy Touchepont, and the many deputies that were present during the event that made the event as safe as it was. I don't believe that we had any incidents during that time. Carson City Fire Chief Sean Slayman, Jennifer Williamson, the inspector, who was extremely, extremely helpful and patient, and the entire department for helping make the fireworks show safe for our community and helping bring the care flight to the event on Saturday. To the Carson City Parks and Recreation Department, especially Director Jennifer Budge, Superintendent David Navarro, Parks and Operations Manager Dan Castens, Reservations Coordinator April Livesay, and the entire parks crew at Mills Park. I'm extremely grateful for them and their patience in supplying us with the trash bags that they did. Carson City Health and Human Services, especially Brendan Gibb, Ermin Aurelio, and Candace Harvey, and then Carson City School District for allowing us to stage the fireworks behind this school district as well. I am certain that I have missed several individuals who worked to make this event possible, but please know that I am extremely, extremely grateful for all of your helps and patience during this event. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope it was super successful. Good. Okay. Do I have anyone else that would like to make public comment just in general or on any item on our agenda? Just to make sure. Okay, I will, for the record, note that we did receive Hal Hansen, who did written public comment, so the record should reflect that we've all received that item. I want to just briefly actually do a shout out during this time for James Matthews. He is a dispatcher for Carson City, and I just wanted to note that the fire on Prison Hill, it really shocked me to see him in a Sheriff's Reserve uniform, working and helping everyone in the community during the fire. So I thought that was pretty phenomenal to see someone that works for us also volunteer to keep us safe. So please let them know how much I appreciated that. It touched my heart. Okay, we're going to move on to, for possible action, approval of the June 17th minutes. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the meeting minutes of the Board of Supervisors for June 17th, 2021 with previously submitted typographical corrections.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the minutes with the corrections. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. We're going to now go to one of our fun favorite things to do, which is the presentation of our length of service certificates. I think we have 6 here today. You want to be Vanna White?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, we're going to start with the 30 years of service. This is pretty phenomenal. So we have, do I have to say Elizabeth? I don't know that I would know her as Elizabeth. How about Beth? Beth Huck, our Chief Deputy Treasurer, 30 years of service. I've just got to say thank you so much. It's phenomenal, just phenomenal. We can always count on her. She's always there holding down the fort. Nope, if you want to just already start lining up, you cannot, you have to have a picture. It's mandatory. Okay, now we have someone else that thought 30 years with the city, and I don't know, are we going to get another 30 or so? Our street technician 3, John, is it Laker? Come on over. Look at this. Thank you so much for all you do. It looks like you're even going to have a fan club join you in the pictures. Okay, now we're going to move to 25 years of service. How about our Assistant Sheriff, James Primka? Oh, how's that? I'll be Vanna White today or something. Hey, did you have a birthday?
I did.
So like
recently.
20 years old?
Yeah, 49.
The 20th anniversary of, yeah, we're catching on. Thank you so much for your service, the community. We all appreciate all that you do. Thank you. And then with 15 years of service, oh, I might need to practice names in advance. We're going to have a new job before I get up here. Charlene, is it Duke Jones? Duque? Okay, Duque Jones. There you go. 15 years. Thank you, Charlene. Oh my gosh. Keeping our numbers straight. That's what we need. And then we have with 5 years of service, our creative learning manager, which is Maria Cuesta. The library. Thank you so much. I'm telling you, we're so happy the library's open and all the great things happening there. Thanks for being a part of it. No? You gotta go? Oh, good. I'm not letting you get away with it. This is a celebration. And then, I don't know if this is person special to me. How about Miss Patty Libesbeck? Come on from the Parks Department with 5 years. Yeah, I remember when she started, so this one I get to say congratulations. Thank you. All right, why don't we all come on down and get a picture? Thank you.
Life is good.
Why isn't my,
It's always
well,
fun.
I'm keeping it all track sometimes. I got. We'll give them just a moment to exit and we'll get started. Yeah. Give that man a job. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started again then. So we are on to the section of the consent agenda. Does any member want an item pulled? No, I'll take a motion, please. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 8B, 9A, 9B, which includes resolution number 2021-R22, 10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, 10E, and 11A as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. So item 12, we didn't have anything. We are on to item 13, which is discussion and possible action for the authorization and submission of a grant for $375 from the Nevada Office of Criminal Justice. Do we have anybody have any questions on that grant request? No, I'll take a motion. Should I make them work for it?
That's right.
Well, I could. I could. If you really want it. It's not your birthday. Maybe, yeah, no, never mind. I'll
make
take
a
a motion.
I move to approve the submission of the grant application as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. We're going to move on to agenda item number 14. Discussion and possible action regarding a 5-year agreement between Carson City and Axion Enterprise through a participating addendum through the state's joinder contract. This is to combine our body-worn camera system and our fleet in-cars for not to exceed $1,390,931.94. This one, I just have just a brief question. You two? Okay. Her comment. Okay, Supervisor Giomi, you have a comment?
Yeah, just for Carol in the future, or the sheriff's office, if we can just include the 911 meeting minutes in when they approve something, because it's a change to their expenditure plan or something like that, it would just be good to have that as reference. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. I just had a couple quick questions. Are these cameras transferable between cars?
The car cameras are, yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. And then the items listed in months, do they need to be replaced or renewed? Does this contract need to be renewed? Like some of the items were listed for 12 months, others for 60.
So for the car cameras, it's a pretty robust replacement that at 5 years it will be replaced no matter what, which is the extent of the contract. So if something is to break down, and there's even a policy in there that talks about damage from like a car accident, it will be replaced. I think the only expense that we're going to see if that happens is the installation cost.
Okay,
The first installation is free. After that, we'll either have to have the company come out or a private vendor do that.
great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
But just for clarity's sake, you'd see another contract like this in 5 years because they'd all have to re-up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
be back in about
important
4
that
years.
we recognize it's an every 5-year expense.
Yes, ma'am.
And then just to clarify on the vehicles that we're going to be installing the cameras on, is this going to cover the entire fleet or there will be vehicles that do not have cameras.
There will be, in total, there's 48 vehicles that we're going to be covering. These are what we would call enforcement vehicles, ones that are going to be out there to a certain extent, a few of the unmarked cars, but all of the marked cars.
Marked, but not necessarily unmarked. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do I have any further questions? I don't see any. I'll accept a motion.
Okay. I move to approve the contract as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Couldn't let you completely off the hook. Okay, I believe we're now going to go to item 15A, which is a discussion on our federal legislation by the Porter Group. Are they on the web?
They are. We have Bob Herbert and Cameron Gresh, and they're going to give us an update via WebEx.
Good morning.
Good morning. How is everybody?
We're doing just wonderful. Go ahead. We're looking forward to your report.
Okay, Mayor. Well, thank you, and thank you supervisors for giving us the time today to give you a briefing. This is, of course, a little different than the past where we only did one a year. But per your request, Mayor, we're going to do these a little more frequently. And I also just want to note that I did successfully, obviously, make my trip across the United States on my motorcycle. So I'm here to be able to present. It was a great trip. In the interest of time, I'm going to just basically go through our notes and, hit the highlights. I believe Nancy and Stephanie have a hard copy from us that is in much more detail, and you'll be able to look at that if you don't have it already at some point, later today. And that way you can look at it and get a lot more detail on what we're working on. So let's start off with the most important part, and that is, of course, the congressional directed spending request for Carson City, which went really well this year. As you know, we haven't had any earmarks for over a decade, and so I personally am very happy that they're back. And so I think it's very advantageous for the city to have earmarks again so that we can pinpoint and take care of issues throughout the city that need to be addressed. So what we did is we submitted 15 earmark requests to the for 5 infrastructure projects to the 3 offices. Obviously Congressman Amodei, and then the 2 senators Cortez Masto and Senator Rosen. And we were extremely successful this year. But I also, before I go on any further, want to make sure that I thank Nancy and Stephanie for all their work and what they did to help put these together. I guess what I'm saying is earmarks back in my day when I worked for Senator Reed were much easier. You just basically put together a packet and send it to the committee. But now it takes a lot more due diligence, a lot more justification, letters of support, all the things that have to come and become this packet that we submitted for each of your requests. So I want to make sure I give a shout out to Nancy and Stephanie and their staff for all the hard work they did and answering all the questions we had as we relayed that information between the city and the congressional offices. So to start with, I would like to just say that the Williams Street Complete Street project in the House received $2 million, and in the Senate has also received $2 million. The Southeast Sewer Extension Project received $1 million in the House and $1 million in the Senate. The Quill Water Treatment Plant upgrade received $1.5 million in the House and $2 million in the Senate. And then the Western Safe Routes to School is also going to receive $1 million. The one thing that hasn't come up yet, it's been obviously submitted, but it hasn't gone through the legislative process, and that is the city's Emergency Operations Center project, which is next on deck by the Senate Homeland Security Committee. And there right now, the request is for $2 million. So that's what's going on in the appropriation world. Again, it was, I think the city has been very successful. What will happen now is it works through the sausage making process in the legislation. It will go through, obviously, some has gone through subcommittee, some have not. They go through full committee, then they come to the full floor. I know that the House is going to have a vote-a-rama here on a bunch of appropriation bills over the next week or so. It's starting today, I believe. And so as we will obviously follow all of those to make sure they stay on track, we're making the entire delegation, the senators, aware of what's in the House, and we're making the House, obviously Congressman Hamadeh, aware of what was gained in the Senate so that they work together when it goes to conference and we survive conference with the same numbers that we initially got. They don't normally go away. It's just that sometimes there are negotiations on the numbers and they can sometimes go down. So moving on to surface transportation reauthorization, the House has been diligently working on that. Again, that's where the $2 million for the Williams Street Complete Streets project is located. It passed by a margin of 20 votes on July 1st. It's called the Invest in America Act. I thought it would be a nice fact here that Cameron put in here for me. This 5-year bill is a $715 billion reauthorization bill for all these projects. And it is the largest investment in American infrastructure since the Eisenhower administration. So basically the bill will cover, the billions of dollars will be used on roads, bridges, safety, transit, passenger and freight rail, drinking water infrastructure, and wastewater infrastructure. So all that kind of stuff, which we'll be targeting and looking for opportunities to further help the city, even with the success, after the success of all the earmarks. And then there is also an infrastructure bill that they're working separately than the surface transportation bill in the House. So that's in process. But the bigger story on that is that I will jump to the bipartisan infrastructure plan, which the administration basically stripped out all the issues that Republicans had in order to figure out a way to compromise and come up with some kind of infrastructure bill that everybody could agree to and pass. Well, on July 13th, they came up with their final crafted plan, and your notes will say that Senator Chuck, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is going to deal with it by the end of the month. But just this morning, they decided that they're going to probably pick it up next week. So that's good. And there's another opportunity for the city to look at stuff. And then finally, and last, I just jumping back to the surface transportation authorization bill. The Senate is also working on their version on that. So that's good. Again, it seems like now we're getting some movement in Congress, and they're moving these bills forward. All the appropriation bills, we of course have the reauthorization, surface transportation reauthorization bill, and then the infrastructure bill. Again, all of these bills have great opportunities for the city, and we're continuing to watch and monitor those throughout the process. I will open it up to Cameron. If I missed anything, Cameron, you're welcome to make any comments.
Hi, I hope everybody can hear me okay. Thank you, General Herbert. No, that was a very high level but effective overview of the current debate in Congress surrounding infrastructure as that's become a major point of focus in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic. But that is basically everything important that we wanted to go over. I don't want to take up too much more time, so I'd like to just kind of open the floor back up. General, if you had one last thing you wanted to say, or if anyone had any questions.
Does any member?
Yeah, I would just. Yeah, I was just going to open it up to questions too.
Anybody? I don't have any specific questions. I just want to comment what a pleasure it is to work with you. I really appreciate being kept up to date. And again, thanking the staff for all the hard work. And I really felt like it's been a team putting all of these projects together to submit to all of our congressional delegation to try and successfully win some project help for things we've been working on for years in Carson City. So hopefully these numbers, I like that you just announced that the Senate, unless I misheard you, gave us 500,000 more than Congress, right? Did I hear that right? That they went for 2 million on Quill?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so you have your marching orders, right? 2 million on Quill, we're liking that. Okay, does anybody else have any comments or questions? No? Okay.
I would like to just say a couple of things. I hope that the next one of these, I will be able to be in attendance personally instead of over the computer. And secondly, I know that you all, the supervisors and you, of course, Mayor, have opportunities when you run across either the Congressman Amodei, of course, and the two senators, Rosen and Cortez Masto. I would recommend, if you have that opportunity, to definitely thank them for their extreme amount of support throughout the appropriation process this year.
Oh, yeah, we've 5.5 million, maybe 8 million, depending on how things roll out. That's a pretty good showing for Carson City. So, and again, thank you all for your work, and I look forward to our next conversation. Thank you. And thank you, Cameron, for all your help. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor, and it's a pleasure to work with you too. Everybody have a great day.
Okay. Bye. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 15B, which is our discussion and action regarding appointment for one member to the Carson City Open Space Advisory Committee. Do you have a disclosure, Mr. White?
NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting if that conflict is disqualifying. In my private commitment, I serve as a member on the board of directors of the Carson City Republican Party. Scott Hohen also serves on that board, and he is one of 4 applicants for appointment to the Carson City Open Space Advisory Committee. Scott makes his application as an individual for an appointment to a nonpartisan advisory committee. Scott's application does not trigger any fiduciary duty I owe to that board, Scott, or any other board members. I also disclose that I consider Scott a friend. However, our interactions typically relate to our shared duties as board members, as opposed to purely social interactions. I do not believe that my independence of judgment on this agenda item is materially affected by my relationship with Scott, because Nevada law requires abstention only in clear cases where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in a similar situation would be materially affected. I make this disclosure in the interest of full transparency, but I will be voting on this matter as I do not have a disqualifying conflict.
Thank you, Mr. White. I appreciate that. We have one of our candidates, I believe, is on the WebEx, Mr. Hone. So we're going to take him first so that he won't have an advantage by being on the WebEx to hear all the other applicants. And there are no other applicants in the room, correct? Okay. Mr. Hone, thank you so much for coming today and applying for the open space position. Are you familiar with the process?
I've seen a couple of your appointments in the past, so yes.
Okay, then we're going to jump right in. So the goal of open space is to preserve and protect the natural environment. How do you balance the needs of all constituencies for the use of these lands, such as motorized vehicles in the open space areas?
I think you have to look at all of them. I think you can't exclude one particular party. I think We probably need to do a better job reaching out to the public and making open space known and what those priorities are. I know personally I've enjoyed all of those tools that are available. I mean, I'm on the Virginia Range, I'm on Prison Hill, I'm on the bikes and trails. I think we need to protect it. I think we need to protect the vistas. It's important for everybody.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
Hi, Scott. Thanks. Welcome, and thanks for applying. My question is, if the Open Space Advisory group were to receive an unencumbered gift of $500,000, I'd be interested in knowing what your priorities would be for spending that money.
I've reviewed a lot of the documentation online, a lot of the master plans, and I see, the open spaces who kind of peaked out, in like 2015 in terms of acquisitions. I'm not sure what's on the drawing board. I'm not sure what the committee has already set their sights on. It's just a matter of looking at the priorities that the current board has. I noticed the board, there was a 4-year person, there was a couple of 1-year people. I read the 2020 plan and the report that is due to the Board of Supervisors, which was well done. But I'm not specifically sure how we would spend the $500,000. I mean, it just depends on what's on the drawing board. I would assume they probably have got some ideas on where they want to go. I don't want to disrupt what the current plans are and come in with new ideas, but I would bring a different perspective, a lot of questions, I guess, to that process.
Thank you.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. Good morning, Scott. Kind of
Good
a
morning.
3-part question. Where are we in the lifespan of open space? What needs to be the primary focus going forward? And what will you do to make that primary focus successful?
Looking at all of the open space properties, looking at everything that's been set up now, one of the things that kind of came to my mind in terms of the youth taking advantage of our properties is just a little bit more proactive conversation or engagement with the public. For example, great signs. I see the signs all the time, but the signs really don't point to anything that someone could take advantage of. Whether it be a QR code to jump to a video, QR code to jump to some information about the project, the plan. The public, I didn't know that much about open space. I didn't know that much about the 1/4% of the sales tax going to this purpose, which is phenomenal. But I think we just need to do a better job educating. That's my perspective. So more from a sales, marketing, technology point of view, that's the perspective that I bring to this. I want everybody to engage it more rather than they just observe a sign, observe a trail. Let's tell them a little bit more. Let's take a little more proactive stance to make sure that they use the properties. And maybe the older generation does, but maybe the younger generation doesn't do so much. And we just need to inform. That's where I'd go.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mine's kind of a 2-part question. First of all, does the board have plans to expand the existing open space at the present?
What I've read and what I've studied, I mean, when you look at the graph, you kind of maxed out in 2015 in terms of property acquisition. So I'm not sure where you are in terms of your future plans and what do you want to do more. I'm not sure which properties are even available for acquisition or donation. And maybe that's because of just we're running out of that available space and maybe we just need to spend more time on maintenance and protection what we have. So I'm not sure why you kind of stalled out in that. That's all.
Okay. How is our funding? Is the funding adequate? Our existing fundings that we're getting? For
Well,
open space?
Well, the way I look at it, in terms of your 3 employees that you have your open space manager. I saw you have a trails coordinator, you have a maintenance person. I think you even had an intern this last year. So from a people point of view, I think so. From a funding point of view, in terms of the millions of dollars that come through, I'm sure a lot of that is dedicated to maintenance and coordination. But again, until I dig deeper into the numbers, I'm not sure. My training by background is an accounting background in my undergrad and with my MBA on the sales and marketing side. Just a different perspective than maybe an architect or an urban planner. So I'm more into, presentation. I'm more into the deliverables to the community and informing the community in terms of what's available.
That's good. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Schutte?
You're welcome.
Welcome, Scott. My question is, what role do you see the open space program playing in adding to the quality of life for our residents?
Oh, I think this is key. I think, everything that I read, you read quality of life so many times in the documents that are available online. I think everything that I saw within the documentation was to safeguard, to provide for, to develop, to utilize strategic acquisitions, preservation. Those are all important, but that's what we've got. And I'm just saying, let's be a little bit more proactive and get the public more involved in terms of what's going on. I did see that the board put out a great focus group and got great response. I think it was a 30% response on the surveys that were put out. But I think we just need to inform more. I think we need to get more out to the public. I think we need to have more events. I mean, I was pleased to see the 3rd annual Carson City River cleanup. That's great. We just need to promote that more. I wasn't even aware of it. We need to get other organizations involved, whether it be the Lions, the Rotary, even the Boy Scouts. Boy Scouts need to get involved with this type of activity in terms of Eagle projects. My son was an Eagle Scout. I was the executive director of a troop. I bring that perspective in terms of getting the youth involved, and they probably are. I'm just not aware of it. They probably do come to the board, you or the open space committee, for approval on those kind of things. So just different perspective that I bring to the table. That's all.
Thank you.
Scott, do you have any final comment you want to make?
No, I'm a user of the open space tools and facilities. I enjoy them. I want to make sure they're protected, especially the vistas around Carson City. I'm up in the mountains. I'm up in Virginia range all the time walking it. And I'm actually one of your volunteer range safety officers for your the shooting range. So I'm out there, probably twice a month trying to offer my services to the community. Just want to give back, and that's the reason why I'm applying for the position. Just different perspective, wanting to give back and share my expertise.
Thank you so much for applying. We really appreciate it. So we're going to then
Yep, you're
move
more
on
than welcome.
and interview the other candidates, and then at the conclusion of the interviews, we'll select someone to fill the position. And you're welcome then to
Okay,
stay
I'm-
online and listen, but you don't have to. Okay.
No, I appreciate Rachel setting this up. I'm going to jump off. I've got a meeting coming on, so I'll hear from you guys later.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Thanks, Lori.
So now do we have Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, yeah.
Okay, we'll have Elizabeth next. That's okay. She doesn't have a screen out there, so they can't see what's going on. So she doesn't have anybody exiting the room to tell her to bring the next one. Right. Perfect.
There you go. All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for applying for this position. We're very excited to appoint someone today and to do the interviews. Have you been through this process before?
Not at all. First time.
So what we're going to do is each of us will ask you a question, and then you can give us a general comment at the end of your interview. And then when we've completed all the candidates, we'll make a selection. So you're more than welcome to stay in the room after your interview if you'd like.
Understood. Thank you.
So again, thank you so much. And is it Evans?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for applying. So the first question is, the goal of open space is to preserve and protect the natural environment. How do you balance the needs of all constituencies for use of these lands, such as motorized vehicles in the open space areas?
It's interesting you asked that question. That's exactly what I was thinking about this morning. Everybody from needing to walk their dogs to four-wheel vehicles to even horses. I was thinking about all of those. And it's just one of the things we love about living here is that access to the outdoors. So yes, I'm not quite sure what the question is, but I would want to balance everybody's intended use of that open space in that consideration.
So you believe every constituency should have a right to use the public
Well,
land?
it's funny that you mentioned that because I was thinking, okay, if I was walking my dog and I wanted a quiet, peaceful morning walking my dog and somebody ripped by me with a rock crawler, how would I feel about that? So I do think it needs to be considered. I don't know what the answer is until I take that into consideration, to be honest.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
Thank you, welcome.
Thank you.
If the Open Space Advisory Committee were to receive an unencumbered gift of $500,000, I'd be interested in knowing your priorities for spending that money.
Preserving the open space we have. As I look at the city development and the amount of new housing going up everywhere, I am concerned that the potential loss of open space that we all enjoy today. That's my greatest concern. So however that would be spent to preserve that, improve that, maybe even extend that open space within the perimeter of the city where folks we're having more and more people come and maybe have access to that without having to get in a car and drive to Washoe Valley or drive to Douglas County or something like that. That's my number one priority.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Good
Thank
morning. Three-part question. Where are we in the lifespan of open space? What needs to be the primary focus going forward? What will you do to make that primary focus successful? I think you already
Let me try to
answered the
repeat that.
primary
That was
focus.
3 in a row. So where are we in the current,
In
I'm
the
sorry, the
lifespan of open space.
current lifespan of open space? The second part was, sorry,
What needs to be the primary focus?
primary focus? And what
And
will I
what
do?
will you do to make that primary focus successful?
I think where we're at today currently, honestly, as I was just mentioning, as I look at the growth of the new housing going up, I feel like we're at risk. So I just want to make sure that that it is a priority, as you said. Where are we currently? And sorry, the middle question again? It's been a rough morning of meetings already for me.
So you answered the second two. What needs to be the primary
needs
focus?
to be the
and how do you
primary
make
focus.
the primary
Yeah.
focus successful? The first question was, where are we in the lifespan of open space?
Yeah, and that's where I'm hoping that it's not going to be a thing of the past and be overrun. The second thing is, I'm sorry. I lost that middle question again. Just tell me the middle one. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Middle one, what needs to be
What
the
needs to be the primary
going
focus, yes.
forward?
I do believe, again, preserving it is the primary focus, preserving what we have. And what I would do, to Mary Bagwell's question, would be to make sure that we are incorporating, we've got new folks coming into Carson City by the dozens, and we've got existing people who've been here for their lifetime, and making sure that everybody understands what's available for open space, how it can be utilized, keeping what we've got and expanding it even if possible, and preserving areas maybe even before they're developed so that we understand, just like you place like fire stations and schools in certain neighborhoods, making sure there's access to these new developments coming in. That would be my priority.
So much. Supervisor Jones?
Morning. I'm going to have to modify my question a little bit because you
One
haven't
at a
been-
time, one at a time.
you haven't been on the board. If you had the opportunity to expand open space, how do you feel about that?
I would run with it if I could. I feel like just as arts and fine arts and whatever in schools have been sort of pushed to the side, I feel like I don't want to be pushing aside the need for open space in people's lives either. I want to make sure that it is a priority as far as city development goes and community development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. Welcome, and
Good
thank you
morning.
for applying.
Thank you.
My question is, what role do you see the open space program playing in adding to the quality of life for our residents?
Well, I think I've made my point. I think that it's a role that should not be overlooked as the city planners are making their plans.
How do you think it adds to quality of life?
I'm not sure that folks understand necessarily. Sometimes you have to say, hey, this is good for you, because you don't know if, maybe someone today making a decision says it's not really in the front of their mind and they may not think about it, but maybe their kids might grow up and their kids might want to do a mountain bike somewhere, and then suddenly they're finding they've got to put it on the back of their car and drive 30 minutes to go get it. So that's kind of, I'm looking forward to the future, to preserving it for those that want it, even if they don't know that they need it today.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Evans, do you have any closing comments that you'd like to make?
No, thank you. Just don't give me 3 questions at a time.
Note to
Well, my mind's
supervisors.
full of meetings already this morning, so I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
for your
Thank you again
patience.
so much for applying. We really appreciate it. You're
Thank you.
welcome to stay, or we'll let you know either way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Appreciate your
much.
time.
Have a good day. Bring Ms. Harris in. Is it already green? Good morning, Ms. Harris. Oops, get it.
Okay. Good morning.
Thank you so much for applying for this. We really appreciate your willingness to volunteer and to serve. Have you been through this process before?
I have not.
Okay, so what's going to happen? We've already interviewed 2. We'll interview you and another candidate. Upon the conclusion of the interviews, we will then select the candidate, and you're welcome to stay and listen to the next one, or not. You could be notified. We'll each ask you one question, and then you can have some closing comment if you'd like.
Sounds good.
Okay, so the first question is, the goal of open space is to preserve and protect the natural environment. How do you balance the needs of all constituencies for the use of these lands, such as motorized vehicles in the open space areas?
I would say as a landscape architect, I have a variety of knowledge and background that can help contribute to the goals of the open space for access for everyone, for all users of open space.
Supervisor Giomi?
Good morning. If the Open Space Advisory Committee received an unencumbered gift of $500,000, what would your priorities be for spending that money?
Good question. I think one of the things for open space that's also for me personally, I guess, which would be for park maintenance. I know a lot of our parks or playgrounds are being shut down due to lack of maintenance, so allocating some funds for maintenance of existing facilities would be a priority.
Thank you. Supervisor White? I got to hear how he does it this time.
Morning, Lisa.
Morning.
A three-part question. Where are we in the life span of open space? What needs to be the primary focus going forward? What will you do to make that primary focus successful?
So I think that we're in a growing phase of the lifespan of open space. There's a lot of trails here and connectivity that I know like Muscle Powered is working on doing. So I think we're in a growth phase. Oh, good. I forgot the second two parts.
What needs to be the primary focus, and how will you make that primary focus successful?
Good question. It's really hard to choose a primary focus because I feel like you're choosing one thing, but I would say the trail connectivity continuation of doing that, because I think the most users use the trails in the open space. And to make that successful, I'm happy to team up with anybody to discuss how that can be completed. I have some ideas. I know a lot of people that have other ideas too. So just I think having a discussion about it as a priority would be a way to move forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones?
Good morning. You mentioned that you are an advocate or believe in expanding the open space. If you had an opportunity, would you buy more open, would you acquire more open space, and what would your plans be to use it?
Well, there's one thing, except for in Hawaii, they're not making more of, and that's land. So I would say acquiring as much open space for the city would be good for future uses. Just so many good benefits of open space, both for the open space department and recreation, and also in developments as well. Just the outdoor activity for people to use for mental health and things like that. Being outside is awesome. So I think, yeah, acquiring more open space and using it it can be passive use just for looking at. So you're not looking at development or houses or things like that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you for applying, Lisa. Okay, what role do you see the open space program playing in adding to the quality of life for our residents?
I think, as I just mentioned, the mental health and just access for everyone to be outside, it makes such a difference in a lot of people's lives just on a day-to-day basis to be able to have that access. So maintaining that, and I think Carson City already does a good job, but just continuing that forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So, Lisa, do you have any final comments or thoughts you want to leave us with?
I guess I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited for the opportunity to try to serve my community and provide any level of expertise I can to help out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, we really appreciate it that you applied. We'll let you know shortly.
All right, thanks.
And you can, yes, absolutely, you can stay. To Ms. Curry?
Where's the green button? Oh, I thought you said it was green.
Yeah.
Oh, the green at the bottom. Cool.
Hi.
Good morning, Ms.
Morning.
Curry. Thank you so very much for applying for the Open Space Committee. We really appreciate that. Have you been through this process before?
Nope.
Okay, what's going to happen? We've already interviewed the other candidates, so you're our final interview. We will each ask you a question, and then we will allow you any closing remarks that you would like to make. And then we'll do the hard part about picking who will serve on the open space.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
So I'll ask the first question. The goal of open space is to preserve and protect the natural environment. How do you balance the needs of all constituencies for use of these lands, such as motorized vehicles in the open space area?
All people who live in the city are going to want to enjoy their lives in the city. And everybody's got different preferences for how they want to enjoy their lives and make life meaningful for themselves and their families. And I personally am not a motorized vehicle kind of person, but living here, I've gotten pretty interested in learning how to do it because it looks like a lot of fun. I love the space. I'm intrigued by the space at Nose Hill because the way you guys have split the uses up, I think has worked really, I think it works really well. I don't know, I've never actually ventured more than just the parking area up at the OHV area. But I think it's important to respect people's different, I mean, there's a lot of people who live here and there's a lot of different ways of trying to live your life in a fulfilled manner. And so you have to respect that. But just as you respect that, we need to ask everybody to respect the variety of choices that people make when they're trying to find things to do to make life meaningful for themselves. So I think that basically if we can keep an open mind to all people's desires and needs and wishes, be it recreational or even for economic business, making a livelihood, I think we have to consider all of it. And balancing it means making sure everybody has an opportunity to speak their mind about it, and then taking a look at all the hard data that is available, and then the bigger picture needs. One of the things that strikes me that is particularly interesting about working on this committee is that we've got a lot of open space. So you would think, we don't need an open space committee to manage it. But the reality is that we have a lot of open space, and open space is increasingly seen as an economic asset for communities. It's just not ever monetized. So that's kind of tricky for all of us, isn't it? So I was headed with something here. Oh yeah, we have a lot of open space, and we have to really work hard to protect it because of the economic pressures to go ahead and use all that empty land for economic purposes. But once open space is claimed and developed and used, it is not going to go back down. In economics, they have an expression, prices are sticky downward. Prices will always go up, but they don't normally go down globally. And the same would be true for open space. Once an open space is converted from open space to developed land, it's not very often that it goes back to being a viable open space for everybody to use. So I think that's something we always have to keep in mind. San Francisco used to have a lot of open space in it, and it was beautiful. And it still is, but it doesn't have that much open space except for Golden Gate Park and Bayes Arts area. So big picture, and listen to people and pay attention to the hard data.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi.
All right. So if the Open Space Advisory Committee were to receive an unencumbered gift of $500,000, what would your priorities be for spending that money?
Hold on to it for a little bit and take a look at, I'm sure that I would hope that the Open Space Committee, as well as the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Department, have all looked and have developed ideas about places they want to be able to preserve and protect, and then look at the current level of needs for other uses in the community and make a well-considered decision what to do. But I would love to see resources used to purchase open space properties wherever we can and to protect it.
Supervisor White.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for
Morning.
being here.
I'm nervous.
I have a three-part question.
Oh, don't hold it against me if I forget parts 2 and
That's
3.
okay. You'll do all right. Where are we in the lifespan of open space? What needs to be the priority focus going forward? What will you do to make that priority successful?
I don't know what the lifespan of open space is, really, but I would guess it has something to do with growing from a small village on the edge of a river up to a city of 57,000, and then looking north to Reno at 400,000 plus, and way south to 1.2 million or something like that. So I'd say we're on the lower end of the lifespan or whatever, the cycle of open space. what we have going for us is that we have a lot of pretty hard to develop and protected lands to the west of us. That helps. But to the east of us, it's not so much, I don't think. But so where are we in the open space cycle? I think we're in a spot where, given everything going on in the world today and people's rising understanding of the value of open space in a community, I think we're in a really good position to preserve one of our greatest but not so well our resources. One of the greatest resources we have is the open space. My husband and I came here in part because of all the open space, and I mentioned that in my application here. So I think we're in a really good position right now to be able to make sure that there is continued open space in the city and yet balance it with the economic and social needs. What were questions 2 and 3? I just knew it.
What needs to be the primary focus going forward? What will you do to make that primary focus successful?
As the Open Space Committee, I think our primary focus has to be to preserve and protect open space land. And that would be my intention. But as a former city planner and somebody with a background in economics, I know that it all comes down to balance and equilibrium. And that is informed with making really measured decisions, looking at all aspects, all factors that make a life worth living here. And the third one was? Or
What are
did I?
you going to do
Me?
to
Oh.
make that successful?
Oh, well, if I don't get on the Open Space Committee, if I'm on the Open Space Committee, of course, I'll participate and do as much research and walking around as I can. If I'm not, I'll just look for other ways to be involved. I'm kicking around the idea of joining another committee here in town. Not a committee, a club, muscle-powered, and I just haven't done it yet. But I just want to keep enjoying the community and do whatever I can in the future to make sure that the community is a place that's viable and pleasant to live in.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Jones?
Well, you indirectly have answered the questions that I was going to ask you.
Cool.
I think you gave me reason to believe that you're a proponent of open space and a supporter, an active involver. So I will pass for any other questions. But
Okay.
Thank you for applying.
Could I just make a comment about that? I am a proponent of open space, but as somebody who is retired here and looking ultimately to be able to sell my house at some point, I also want the economy to do well.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schutte?
Hello, and thank you for applying. My question is, what role do you see the open space program playing in adding to the quality of life for our residents?
Well, you know what? I think one of it is all of us here in Carson City know that we're maybe not so much all of us, I don't know. You know what I'd like to see is, I'd like to see the Open Space Committee try, if they haven't already, and I try to do research in all of this, obviously, before I applied, but open space is becoming a big thing in urban development. And cities there's different organizations, I can't even remember the names of them, that publish lists of cities, 100,000 population or more, with the greatest open space area. And we can't compete with Anchorage, but I think on a per person sort of basis, we're not doing too badly. And I'd like to see us try to promote that. And I think that could go well towards considered growth, economic growth in the community, and benefiting that. And then quite simply making sure everybody knows just how terrific Carson City is. It's so accessible here, just to be able to get out and see things. And speaking of accessible, I'd like to see our Parks and Recreation grow their accessibility for people. But I think we should try to, sort of wave the flag here, make sure that everybody around us knows how good it is. I mean, if you look at aerial photographs of Reno and you look at aerial photographs of Carson City, of course the scale is different, but we have a lot of open space that is really close to where people are. And in Reno, it just seems that there's the strip along the river, but that's just about it. And I think that the fact that we have such close proximity to open space is something we have to really, really shout out about and make known. So I don't know if that's the Open Space Committee's role work to do or the city's Parks and Recreation, but I certainly wouldn't mind being an advocate for that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so then do you have just any general final comments you would like to make?
I've just been here for 2 years, and I fell in love with the city the moment we came over 50, over the pass there at Spooner. When we first drove into it, we were house hunting back, or future city hunting, really, back in 2018. And we drove over that pass and saw the city just laying out there like that. And I thought, wow, this is good. This is good. And we did research and we ended up buying a house here. And I am so happy with buying a place here. This community is so accessible, not just to open space, but just, I've been here just for 2 years and I've started to learn and meet so many people. I walk around and we go places and we see people we know. And I love that. It's it's a nice size for that. And I would love for the city to be able to continue to be economically vibrant. And I want us to keep our character of being in the West and being open and big. I'm happy to have seen the opportunity to get a position on this committee, but I also know the committees don't stay the same membership all the time. So I'll apply again if I don't get it this time around, or I'll go for the Planning Commission or something, but I want to be doing something to make it and keep it good, for sure.
Thank you so very much. We really appreciate you applying.
Sure.
And okay, so now it's our difficult time. We had four very different candidates. You know, I think each
I
actually
leave?
brought something different to yeah, you can just remain right in the audience or there. It doesn't matter as
Okay,
we
cool.
select who's going to be picked for this. But I'm open to discussion or anyone, Supervisor Jones?
I think we had a great array of candidates today, and I would personally suggest if they're not selected for this board, that they apply for others, because there's some great skills out there today. I thank all of you for applying.
Supervisor Giomi?
I will, I guess I'll start. I thought Supervisor Jones was gonna kick us off there, but he kicked the can down the road. Good job, Stan. You know, I keep going back to what Chairman Welch said to us a couple of meetings ago before we appointed some folks. And he felt like we were lacking in the area, particularly of resource management, whether that be, you know, basically, you know, someone who has an expertise in managing resources. And so, you know, the two people I had highest on my list, although, you know, all four candidates were within a couple of points of each other, were Lisa and Christine. And I like the fact that Lisa has a background in landscape architecture, because I think it will help the committee in terms of having that resource management aspect that they're missing. So that would be my vote. Although there are others I could support, but I would first choose Lisa Harris.
Okay. Supervisor White, you have a
Thank you.
preference?
A lot of enthusiasm and energy in the room today, and I do really appreciate that. So my question was specifically designed to get at the root of, do the applicants understand what the open space program really is? How much research did you do to understand what question 18 is? Really the policies that the Open Space Committee has put forward already and that sort of thing. And I have to tell you, for me, I think Scott understands what the open space program is pretty substantially, and I would lean for Scott based on that.
Does Supervisor, do we all have a different pick? This is going to be fun. Supervisor Shooty, do you have she always has her scoring rubric, which helps her, which I really appreciate because it keeps you focused on where you're going.
Thank
right?
you. It absolutely does. Well, I actually, my two candidates, and again, first of all, to preface, I thought everybody really added a lot to the discussion, and the different perspectives are appreciated. And but my top two candidates were Lisa Harris and Christine Curry. And really, the question regarding the role of open space playing in adding to quality of life, something that is really important is that the healthy economy, and that people feel that this is a place that they can work and play and want to be in and participate in the outdoors, and then they stay healthier. And Christine really kept speaking to that, kept speaking to recreational opportunities. So my first choice is Christine, and my second choice is Lisa Harris.
Okay. Supervisor Jones, do you want to?
My choices would be Christine first and Lisa second.
Oh, I knew this was going to be tough today. And it's a good sign when it's difficult. Probably if you're the candidates, it's not so fun, but I have to tell you, it speaks volumes to how well each of you did, and that our problem is to determine which candidate will bring the most to the committee. And that's a really tough decision. So when I looked through each of the answers, I tried to find something discerning, right? What set one person out over another person. So I looked at Scott and I thought his perspective of are we marketing? Like you said, it's not necessarily what we were told was lacking on the committee, but I don't know that we have someone on the committee that is this marketing advocate that could really maybe bring more volunteers to our system. I didn't like his answer on, do we have enough staff? Because it's like, really? But I thought his marketing skills could bring me a bunch of volunteers to fill those voids that I think that we have. I didn't like the answers. I get it, but a lot more acquisition without staff and the ways and to maintain is also difficult, right? So your lifespan questions that were, where are we in this process, and should we keep buying, or are we done buying, or are we just small tweaks? I think in fairness to all of the candidates is none of you currently serve on the committee. So it's difficult to have a perspective of where are we, where should we be going? And when you sink your teeth into it, you get a little more perspective. What do we do with $500,000? I thought that was a great question by Supervisor Giomi. And in all fairness, I don't think anyone, that would have elicited to me that you had been watching the open space committees. Go back and see where they've been looking, where they've been struggling in the budget. What are they looking to achieve? So I want to, in fairness, say that this choice is really, really hard. But I want to fill the need on the committee the most. Who will bring the most opportunities? So for me on that, I think I'm forced to look at the resumes. So I just wanted to be honest with all of you. I didn't think the interview didn't sway me to one more than the other because you each gave great answers. So that brings me to Lisa or Christine. Lisa brings us the landscape architecture and Christine brings us planning experience that is so vital in what you do with public lands. So I'm really, really, really struggling here. I'm going to select Christine. That gives us 3. I thought she added a little bit more well-rounded answer to realize that open space is a resource and an economic issue for the city. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's both. So for that gives us 3 for Christine. Do I have anyone that wants to make a motion? And I want to also concur with someone that said all the other candidates should apply for positions in this again if something comes open, because you're fine candidates. Okay. Ms. Schutte?
I move to appoint Christine Curry to fill a partial term that will expire in January 2024.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second to appoint Christine Curry to the partial term that will expire in January 2024. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And again, thank you all, and welcome to the committee, and I'm sure we're going to see some of the others on other choices. But thank you. Okay, are we good to
Thank
go,
you.
or does anyone need a quick little recess before we jump into the next? You're good to go? Okay. We're going to move on to item 15C. This has 2 component parts. One is the business impact statement, and the other is the introduction of the first reading. Your motion on the record indicates that could be 1 motion. However, let's please have it as 2 motions. So our first discussion item that we will do on this item is the business impact statement. We are dealing with whether or not Carson City wants to allow cannabis lounges and public consumption, like during a concert or things like that. So we're going to start with the business impact statement. Ms. Paulson, are you taking us through the business impact statement?
Sure. We have the business impact statement for cannabis consumption lounges, and the business impact statement found that the proposed ordinance will not impose a direct and significant economic burden upon any existing business, but will directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business. And we did not receive any comments from the industry on our business impact statement.
Okay, so we're going to take that section first before we jump into the proposed bill. Do I have any questions or comments on that? No. If that case, Supervisor Giomi, would you like to make a motion?
I move to approve the business impact statement as presented.
Second by Supervisor
Second.
Jones.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the business impact statement as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to move on to the discussion of the actual proposed, let me get to the right section, sorry, ordinance. And I really want to start off with thanking Assemblyman Yeager. He took amendments to Assembly Bill 341 right at the end, and they were at the behest of Carson City. And so I just want to say it's never the end till it's the end, and I really appreciate at the last minute Assemblyman Yeager being open to amendments, and that his recognition was that the local government should get to be in charge of their own destiny in this issue. So again, on the record, I want to thank Assemblyman Yeager. Ms. Paulson, are you going to take us through this proposal? Is it you?
Sure.
Okay, or is it Adam? Which one?
I'll start off.
Okay.
So this is their first reading of a proposed ordinance which, if enacted, would prohibit the licensing of a cannabis consumption lounge as a business in Carson City, and also prohibit the consumption of cannabis and cannabis products in a public place. As the mayor said, Assembly Bill 341 was enacted by the legislature during the 81st session allowing cannabis consumption lounges, but it also allows a local government to adopt and enforce an ordinance or rule governing the consumption of cannabis or cannabis products in a public place, which would be more restrictive than the regulations adopted by the Cannabis Compliance Board. And as I said earlier, there were no comments from the industry, and in fact, we had worked with their lobbyist and also the sponsor of the bill to add in language so that we could prohibit consumption lounges in Carson City.
Great, thank you. And I want to, again, note we only had one public comment that we received.
Didn't we have two?
3.
Oh, is it on the backside too? Sorry. Okay, so we received 2, one from Sydney Newmeyer, and again, as indicated earlier, Harold Hansen. So I just want to acknowledge that on the record. So do we have any questions, comments, members of the board? Supervisor White?
Thank you. Honestly, I really think we are a bit premature in this proposal. As the legislation was written, the Marijuana Compliance Board is to issue regulations on its behalf. It has not done that yet. I really believe that a limited term moratorium may be more appropriate until we find out what the compliance board is going to put forth. And secondarily, the person that drafted this ordinance is not here today, so that we might be able to have an in-depth conversation with him in regards to what's going on. And I think we're just premature today.
Does anyone else have a comment? Supervisor Jones?
Well, I don't think I agree with you because we heard nothing from the industry, and I'm assuming if they were interested in pursuing this, that they would at least comment. I, for one, am not in favor of it.
May I clarify, Supervisor Jones? You're in support of of not allowing, okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
You know, I go back a few years, and I know things change over years, but I go back a few years when there was a question posed to this community about the overall legalization of cannabis, and it was pretty strongly against that. Personally, I'm not against individuals using cannabis in their own property under their own use, but I don't really support or understand the logic behind or the need for cannabis lounges, and that's what's before us today. The next component of this is that when we discussed this with the DA's office, was also, in my mind, prohibiting the outside growth of cannabis on private property. And that's not in here anywhere. So while I will support this ordinance, I want to see additional work done in terms of an ordinance to limit personal growth of marijuana to indoors as opposed to outdoors. This board's already taken steps to prohibit the growth of hemp outside, primarily for the reason of the nuisance and odors it causes. And we know that there are individuals in this community that are growing marijuana for private consumption on the exterior of their house that are causing neighborhood issues. And I can't say strongly enough how I'd like the DA's office to get working on an ordinance prohibiting that post haste. So I'll step off the soapbox now, but that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte did not have a hand up, but did you want to comment?
I didn't, but you know, I'm actually, I agree with Supervisor Giomi across the board. I, too, am not opposed to the use of marijuana in one's home, but it concerns me, the cannabis lounges. And, as a former health teacher, this is a subject that we talked about in great detail. And I know some of the letters talked about that you're not seeing overdose per se, but there's different consequences, and it affects the body in different ways that I think could really put the public at risk if people are consuming and then driving home. And I know that then there's the well, what about bars and what about alcohol? And it really can go with the whatabouts on and on and on. We are not saying that marijuana cannot be used or cannabis, but I don't think it's appropriate for a lounge.
Thank you. So I guess we all have to put it on the record, so I will too. Am I the only one that was here when? I think I am. So when we approved the ability to have 2 retail locations for cannabis, I think that for me, I made a commitment to the public that this is what we would tolerate. As Supervisor Giomi indicated, the public here in Carson City resoundingly voted no to have cannabis. The board at that time determined that the growing component that was in the law that said if you did not have a retail location within 25 miles, that then everyone could grow. So we grappled with what was the better option for our community as a whole. We limited our licenses. Carson City was allowed to have 4. We selected 2. We told the community that that is what we were going to do because we thought it was the safest for the people of Carson City. I think we have 2 good vendors in our community that have lived up to that ideal, and I'd like to just keep it that way. We have 2 that do the right thing, and I want to say it speaks volumes that they didn't protest any of this action today. And so I'm going to support this moratorium, or not moratorium, I'm going to support the, that we will not have a cannabis consumption lounge or public smoking in Carson City. I also think it's important, in this case, not to be the first in the state to do that. Let's let some others test the waters. I just see no reason that we have to be in that category of seeing what happens. So I'm going to support this ordinance. So do you have any other comments or anything? If not, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Giomi.
I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 111 as presented.
Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
I have 4 yeses and 1 no by Supervisor White. So thank you very much, everyone. Okay. Let me clear all that. Does anyone, let me see where we're at next. We are on item 16A, which is to adopt on second reading Bill number 110 on the 12 single-family residential lots on Kensington Place. Hello, Ms. Sullivan, how are you today?
Good morning,
morning.
Supervisors and Mayor. There's no changes
No.
on this.
She knew exactly what the question was going to be. We've received no updates on this bill. Does anyone have any questions? No? Supervisor White, a motion, please?
No, I have a
Oh,
comment.
question, sorry. Go ahead.
I have said before that I do not believe we should be doing zoning changes outside of a master plan review period, and I will stand on that today.
Thank you. Do I have any other? Not. Supervisor Jones, a motion, please?
I move to adopt Bill number 110 on second reading, ordinance number 2021-10, and to approve and authorize the mayor to execute the minute order.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Let the record reflect it's 4 yeses and 1 no by Supervisor White. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Okay, we move on to item 16B, which is possible action on a resolution dealing with the maximum number of residential building permits and allocations under our growth management ordinance. Ms. Sullivan, will you take us through this item, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mayor. Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. Forgot my title. What I'd like to do before I get it really into the item is just give you a quick snapshot of what's going on construction-wise in terms of residential development in the city effective this month. It changes every month. So things have fallen off. Like, for example, Carson Hills is complete now, so we're not going to see that slide. So this is a brief snapshot. In terms of housing starts, in 2019, we had 379 housing starts. That number is a bit skewed because at that time we had Carson Hills Apartments, which is 370 units. We asked them to pull all their permits so they wouldn't linger into 2020, although they just finished construction last week or in the last few weeks. 2020, we had 176 housing starts, and so far this year we have 87 housing starts. So where's the housing under construction? We have housing sites from north to south, but we're really staying within the core of the city. What I'm going to show you for each of these slides is what was approved when you saw the application and a photograph of what it looks like now. So Arbor Villas, north side of Little Lane, 147 units. Those are up, and they're continuing to construct those units. Jackson Village, which is kind of behind J.C. Penney, that's what was approved. These houses are under construction still. They've finished the perimeters. Little Lane Village, which is on the north side of Little Lane, this one went fast. I think it was this board that approved that tentative map, and it looked like this when you saw it. If you go to the site, you'll see they're going vertical. Mills Landing's going steady across from Mills Park off State Street. This was what the approval looked like. Here's what it looks like if you go out in the field right now. Schultz Ranch in the southeast corner of the city on Phase 4. They're still under construction there. This was what the approval looked like, and this is what it looks like if you go out to the site. Silver Oak, again, it was approved in the 90s with over 1,000 lots. Right now, they're well under construction on Phase 23B, and this is a sample house that's up there right now. Where are we doing construction where I call it the horizontal construction. We're doing the site work, and the building permits will be following the site work. Again, we're all over the city, but pretty much in the core and doing infill. Anderson Ranch on the west side. Lennar purchased that property, and they are very eager to start breaking ground and start doing their construction. Blackstone Ranch is Ryder Homes. Ryder Homes they're on a punch list right now for their site work, and they're in for building permit, and they can't wait to go vertical. Clearview Ridge, they've completed one phase of construction, and the final map is in for technical review for their next phase. Emerson Cottages, if you've been up to the north part of the city and you've gone north on Roop to where it becomes Emerson, you'll see we have a construction project out there where this is under construction. Schultz Ranch Phase 5, they've got all the equipment out there, they're building their roads, and the houses will follow. Silvercrest Condominiums, that's over on Oak and Roland, they have a site improvement permit. Silverview Townhomes, this is across from the Border Crossing. If you've gone down Clearview, you've seen that construction project near the credit union. This is what that project is, where they're moving that dirt. Silver Oak Phase 24, they're building their roads right now, and the houses will follow. Brown Street Apartments, Mr. Millard's still in for his site improvement permit, and then he'll go vertical with his apartment complex. Little Lane Apartments is south side of Little Lane. The group who purchased that is doing some modifications to the site work, and then they'll be breaking ground and building their apartments. Okay, so that was just a quick snapshot of what's happening because I thought you might be interested because you see the applications, but you don't necessarily see it later. So on to the item. Municipal Code 1812 addresses growth management. Per 1812-030, the Growth Management Commission, which the Planning Commission serves as the Growth Management Commission, reviews water capacity, sewer capacity, sheriff services, fire services, traffic and circulation, drainage and flooding, school enrollment, and parks and recreation annually. They look at how the city's doing and the school district in terms of providing these services and what the capacity of these services is. None of these agencies have requested either slowing down growth or stopping growth. They all have indicated they have the capacity to serve continued growth. The Growth Management Commission did review these reports, and when they do that, they review the report and they make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors relative to how many housing starts we should have next year based on our capacity. And they also look at what's called a threshold for commercial and industrial uses. So if a commercial or industrial use is going to use more water in terms of gallons per day than the threshold, that use is subject to review by the Growth Management Commission. Historically, the growth management allocation has allowed for growth of 3%, and since 2017, the threshold has been 15,000 gallons per day. The Growth Management Commission is recommending staying with the 3% growth and staying with the 15,000 gallons per day. Having said that, the Commission recognizes that residential growth is really being paced by the market, cost of materials, the availability of labor, and no one's carrying inventory. No one's doing spec buildings. Everything's getting bought before it's complete. The Commission did discuss reducing growth to 2.5%. And they did decide not to do that because of two things. One, the adequacy of services. There's nothing in the memos from the different service providers that indicates there should be a reduction. And secondly, realistically, the market's not even letting us get to where our maximums would be. It's the market that's controlling the pace of development, not the growth management ordinance. The Commission wasn't entirely comfortable with 15,000 gallons per day. Having said that, they didn't really have a rationale to not stay with 15,000 gallons per day. So what they said was, they asked the Public Works Department to provide them with examples of if this is the use, this is the water demand, so that they could look at real life needs in terms of water demand and consider those in considering a different number. Since 2005, there's only been 11 Growth Management Commission or threshold requests that have gone before the Commission, so it's not frequent that they see those. And of those 11, 3 of them were the exact same RV park behind Sassafras. When the Commission considers thresholds, so those 11 cases they had to review, they're looking at 3 things. They're looking at the quantity of water that will be consumed by the use vis-a-vis the availability of water. They're looking at the city's ability to deliver water services to the structure. And then there's something called other effects of water usage. So the Growth Management Commission focused on other effects of water usage. And they don't currently have any criteria, so they're not really sure what they're supposed to consider, and it's for the board to decide what they should be considering. What they have recommended is the inclusion of criteria because they believe there's an opportunity cost. So even though the city has the water and can deliver the water, is that really where the city wants to allocate the water? And that's really the question that the Growth Management Commission's asking. So with that, the Growth Management Commission is suggesting in Section 6 of your resolution, proposed criteria that says the Growth Management Commission will consider if the use utilizes water conservation measures and techniques, and if the use will promote health, welfare, safety, and quality of life, or create quality jobs, or promote recreation and tourism. This criteria is broad, and it will rely on the discretion of the Growth Management Commission. This is not objective criteria. But like other findings that the Planning Commission looks at when they're looking at discretionary applications, they apply their value system as a cross-section of the community to the request, and they make a determination of whether or not that sort of discretionary criteria will be met. I'd like to now have Eddie Quaglieri and Andy Hummel, who manage the water system and the sewer system, give a brief presentation. They gave this presentation to the Planning Commission. And one of the reasons I really wanted them to give this presentation, you guys can come up, is when the Planning Commission is looking at development applications, the question's always coming up. Is there water? What's the sewer capacity? Those are always questions. So I thought it was really helpful for the it's on. I have it.
You have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it would be really, really helpful for the Planning Commission, although they were saying as the Growth Management Commission, to have the benefit of this presentation. And I know that a number of the supervisors have had questions about water waste, water conservation efforts, water capacity, and I've heard a lot of interest from your group. So I'm grateful that the mayor agreed that it would be beneficial to have this presentation today. Once they've completed their presentation, it will be turned over to the board to consider the resolution, where you'll identify how many housing starts we'll have, what the water usage threshold will be, and whether or not you'd like to include criteria for that threshold and what that criteria will look like. So I'm going to switch over to Andy and Eddie's presentation. Let me put a slideshow for you.
There we go. Yes, thank you. For the record, Andy Hummel, Wastewater Utility Manager for Carson City. And today, Eddie Quagliari and I will give you a quick update on wastewater capacity and water capacity in Carson City. Normally, everything starts on the water side, but since Eddie put the presentation together, we're starting with wastewater.
Get to be
I
first.
let them have one, you know.
Yep, small victories. So on the wastewater treatment capacity side, currently we're treating about 5 million gallons a day at our treatment plant located out on 5th Street. That plant, the Water Resource Recovery Facility, or WRF as we call it, is permitted for 6.9 million gallons a day. So we still have about 2 million gallons a day of capacity there. There is a trigger when we hit 85% of capacity, or approximately 5.9 MGD, that we would have to start the facility planning process and look at how we're going to increase the plant capacity to the next level for growth. Looking at that graph there, the green line on there is kind of our trend line of flows. Over the last 10 years, we've trended upwards at just under 1%. That trend is influenced by a number of things: growth, moisture, whether we're in a drought or a wet year. You can see on there 2017 was our highest year in that last 10. That was the year we had all the rain in the spring. When we get into, like, say, a drought year, like we're in now, we actually get twofold. Groundwater levels go down, so we get a little less seepage into our pipes. That just happens. And then we also get a lot of water conservation start happening, people flushing less, quicker showers, things like that. We are a 100% reuse facility, so everything that we treat goes out to our golf courses and the prison farm to get reused. We don't direct discharge to the Carson River. We are in a pretty good balance, even with the drought this year still. With that, since the last time we were in this situation in 2013, we are about 500,000 gallons a day or more of flow coming out of the plant. So that's helped us quite a bit. In the future, as growth continues, we will eventually need to look at additional sites or methods of disposal. We did look through the Reclaim Master Plan and have been finalizing an update on that as to properties that would make sense, how to get rid of the water, whether it's still irrigation. If we start following the trends in the Truckee Meadows where they're actually looking at indirect potable reuse, things like that. So, and then on the conveyance system side, we can't treat it if we can't get it to the plant. So that's the other important half of it. Key part of the overall treatment process. Our conveyance system consists of over 230 miles of pipeline, all underground, and we also use 5 sewage lift stations or underground pumps to get it to the treatment plant. The capacity of the system was analyzed last in 2017. That model was pretty robust. It was parcel-based, so looked at the parcels in the city and development potential to be able to load the future flows in. We did include any planned significant developments that were known at that time. If we knew, it's going to be 1,000 units here, 500 here, that type of stuff, so that we had those potential impacts in the model. We do like to look at that on roughly a 5-year schedule. We did just kick that off. It won't be nearly the effort this time since we have the model. It's mostly just reviewing, make sure the developments that have happened in that time frame are in there correctly, and taking a look at flows, things like that, to make sure we're capturing things. We also use that model to help identify any capacity deficiencies in our lines. So if we have a current situation that's over, say, half full in the pipe, and we start getting nervous about that, or in the future, if we're going to be in that type of situation, that helps us identify that line and one that we may have to go upsize. And then kind of the third thing I wanted to bring up on the asset management side, the ability to actually convey and treat the wastewater is also heavily influenced by the condition of the infrastructure doing that work. For our conveyance system, for example, the underground pipes, we rely a lot on video inspections since you really can't get down in an 8-inch pipe, and with it full of sewer, you wouldn't want to. So that picture on the upper right there is actually a picture of the camera in the line, run that down the lines, and helps us gauge the condition of that asset to be able to rank them against each other and which ones need some work first. We also recently did a citywide facility condition assessment on our buildings and such. We were using that at the treatment plant and our lift stations to be able to gauge the condition of our buildings and what improvements we need to keep those functioning. At the treatment plant, we went through some pretty serious upgrades over the last 5+ years, making sure the water was treated properly and taking care of old infrastructure. We're getting ready to do some electrical upgrades that was approved recently by the Board of Supervisors to address infrastructure needs on that side. Electrical is especially hard to gauge. That can't really just turn it off when you need it, to go run tests. We've also been looking a lot at our lift stations recently. 2 of our off-site stations have undergone recent rebuilds to get them ready for the future. And then a third one down by the prison, we outfitted that one with better controls to be able to manage it better as development is occurring down there. And one of our last off-site ones we're currently evaluating as development starts occurring kind of in the northeast area of Carson City along Highway 50 that flows to that, to make sure that we know what capacity improvements will be needed there before we need to answer that question. And before I turn it over to Eddie, any questions on my
Does
side?
anybody have any questions in the wastewater arena? So can I just ask
Yeah.
a general question then?
Absolutely.
So when you were telling us what we could handle before we get to the 85%, so how many potential homes is that? I mean, can you relate it something a little more simple for all of us to understand? Does each development get us another, how much room?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 million gallons a day is roughly 10,000 homes.
10,000
Yep.
homes? And so you're indicating that we have about 1.5 million gallons before we have to
We have
look
about
at upgrades?
just under 1 million before we start the facility assessment to the planning stage, and between 1.5 to 2 before we do improvements.
And
So it just kind of depends on our growth rate. We're somewhere in the, if it went 3% every year for a number of years, that could happen in like 5 to 10 years, relatively quickly.
if we actually issued all the
Yep.
permits.
Yeah.
But our overall growth for the community, have we not established that at like 75 to 80,000? So is everything constricted really in the proper places? I guess that's what really gets us to what we're doing here, is if I did not want to trigger a $10 million upgrade or a $30 million upgrade or things of that nature, that really hits right where we've projected the city to grow at its maximum to begin with. I just want to understand where we're going, so I'm comfortable with the 3% because again, it fits our overall plans and where we are to not have to do an upgrade, the objective.
Yeah, and that's,
Okay.
we look at the
Thank you.
3% every year when we provide our report to Hope to make sure we could meet that at a minimum.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
Mhm.
Supervisor.
I think, I think to tag on to what Mayor Bagwell said, I think it's important for the public to understand that when we're, the growth management ordinance does what it is supposed to do, and that it really gives our utility side of things, which really drives everything, the ability to maintain a steady pace and make sure that we're not outgrowing that capacity. So as we issue these building permits, we're not going to see 10,000 homes. It would take, I mean, I don't know, I'm not the math guy. I'd have to pencil that out, but I'm pretty sure I'd be off the earth before we got to those. So it isn't a lackadaisical approach to issuing building permits or establishing the number of permits we're going to issue. It really is based on science and fact and a lot of research that staff has put into building our infrastructure to meet our growth capacity. So,
Absolutely. Supervisor White?
And for me, the real bottom line is, you guys are kind of beating around the corners of it. Is our financing keeping up with the projected growth? And staff has assured me that at this rate of growth, by the time we get to this 85%, financing will be in place to take care of that
The next
managed growth
infrastructure.
that we're working on right now. That, to me, the real bottom line is the money going to be there? Because we know we're going to have to make the infrastructure different. Will the money be there?
You're right.
And I think the board has done I really do. I think staff and the board has worked very diligently to marry it all, because that is the trick, right? That the entire process is covered, and I think that's even what Supervisor Giomi was trying to get to, is that this is just one cog in the wheel, right? But we have put all of the pieces together, and hopefully our crystal balls did a really good job of having steady growth that we can accommodate and that we can pay for. I think that's the right answers, so thank you.
and one caveat to what Supervisor White said is that that's given the current federal regulations that we
Oh,
know
yes.
about today.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, we have to keep that in the back of our mind, because a lot of the changes and infrastructure improvements that we've had to make have been mandated, beyond our control. So,
Quill Water Plant is one of those.
exactly.
Yes.
Good, yeah, great
There you go.
segue. You guys could just keep going. I don't even need to
We
talk.
haven't figured out? Okay,
That'd be
right.
great.
We're supposed to. Go
All right,
ahead.
so Eddie Quaglieri, Water Utility Manager. Thanks for having us here. It's always fun to talk about this stuff. So my presentation is going to be a little more macro scale picture at the resources and the water system as a whole. It's going to be supply side focused. There's always the demand side that we talk about too. That's just another part of your toolkit to, control water use. But my focus is going to be, okay, we have this 80,000 population number. How are we going to get there? I'm going to first start talking about the groundwater levels in the Eagle Valley Basin. And then we'll get to those. I'll go over the water portfolio on a whole, our resources and our capacity. And then I'll get into those supply side projects to meet that summertime demand, the max day demand. So this first slide.
Can you just,
Yeah.
are you going to go past it? I just wanna make
No,
sure you
no,
hit-
no, not
okay.
at all.
I just
I'm
want to make
just
sure you
start-
hit perennial
that was my
yield, because
introduction.
That's a key, understanding perennial yield
Yeah.
is really a key component
is,
in
yeah.
understanding
So that kind of
everything having to do with water.
Right, that kind of controls your water rights in a way, or at least tells you that your pumping is sustainable over a long period of time. I have here 100 years. In the definition of it, it's just a long time in the statute. But the perennial yield concept, or some basins have a system yield, but it's basically just the fishbowl concept. Water coming in should be higher than water going out. Equal, you're sustainable. So you can see here, I just have some rough numbers. Eagle Valley perennial yields 9,000 acre feet per year. We're pumping anywhere between 4,000 to 5,000. That's including domestic well pumpage. The state engineer tracks all this in their pumpage reports. Dayton Valley yield, we have wells in Dayton Valley. That's anywhere from 8 to 20,000 acre feet annually. That's a big range. But that's the best science they could come up with. So we're pumping, or that basin is pumping anywhere from 8 to 10,000 per year. Carson Valley yield of 49,000 acre feet annually. That basin's pumping anywhere from 30 to 35,000. There's also recharge from river systems that doesn't really account for. So that's why there's a difference there. And Ed's talking later today. He might get into some of that. These perennial yields are created by USGS. A lot of them were created in the 80s. So we're also regulated by the state engineer's office, and they're looking at it in terms of what's the perennial yield and what's the overall pumpage. If that starts getting out of whack, then they get involved and start, groundwater management plans. That case is happening in Diamond Valley out by Eureka right now. If you've been following that one, it's an interesting topic on how they're handling that. So I'll jump in here. I'm going to try to go quick through these. This is looking at a monitoring well in the northeast Eagle Valley. And it'll be, as we go through, it'll be really interesting to see how they respond to this current drought we're in. But we won't see that for, till the next couple years here. This is that spot in northeast Eagle Valley. And this is between 1984 and 2020. I don't know if you can see those numbers, but it just gives you that overall trend. And a lot of these you'll see either a stabilizing or an upward trend in the hydrograph there. And that's basically water level below ground level. So if it's going up, that's a good thing. This is a couple spots in central Eagle Valley, and then the lower, valley basin there. And again, you see that this is from 84, the top one's from 84 to 2020, and the bottom one is from 76 to 2020. And these are graphs that I actually pulled from one of Ed James's presentations here. So you guys can grill him later today. And then a third spot there shows kind of also an upward trend. And you'll see this, those dips there, you can see we did have that 10-year drought. It's the worst drought on record here. I think it was from 85 to 95, somewhere around then. So you can see that drop there. But we've also changed our reliance on Eagle Valley since then. There's a state engineer's order that came out in 90s that said you need to diversify your portfolio because you're relying too much on Eagle Valley. Hence the Minden, the different sources we've got, the river wells on the Carson River. Those all make a big difference. And this is important. This one's well 3. So everyone asks, well, is there going to be water there? And, this is a site where we just re-drilled a well. We went from 700 GPM to 2,000 there. And that's part of, the last time I presented, that was one of our projects we were trying to get to for our supply capacity. But this shows that upward trend. This only goes back to 2010 to 2020, but it does show that upward trend of our groundwater basins. And so that's just Eagle Valley. Now this next slide talks about our build out at 80,000. We're going to hit that somewhere 2055, 2085. We need to increase our annual water usage by about 5,000 acre feet. We're currently at, and that's what that graph shows, that 16,000 acre feet. We're currently pumping around 9,000, just under 10,000. So that gives you an idea of what we need to get to. We currently have water rights up to about 18,000. So that gives you that what our pumping will be in the future. And then on the on the max day demand side of things, we're going to need to increase our supply capacity by about 8 million gallons per day. And that's building in a 20% buffer. All these numbers, the 16,000 number and the 8 MGD, all correspond to both our water resources report done in 2018 and the Atkins parcel-based report. So it was a good thing we did that, and it corresponds well. So we're currently pumping, and I'll get to this later, at 26. We currently have the capacity to provide about 26 million gallons per day, and we need to go to 34. That's that plus 8. Water sources portfolio, a lot on this graph, but it shows you how diverse our portfolio is. Liken it to a money portfolio. You want it diverse. But the orange, you have your groundwater basins, and I show the rough acre feet we get from those. Marlette, Ash, Kings all go into Quill. Those go into the system. We have our river wells. That's off the Carson River. We also lease from Lost Mud Lake, Ambrosetti Pond. And then we have a number of things we do to boost that groundwater levels. We have our VC recharge program, and we have our ASR program, our aquifer storage and recovery, on a number of wells on the college level up there, where we take treated surface water and pump it into the ground during the winter months when our demands are low. So all that stuff adds into our portfolio and what we're doing for our drought reserves. So now I'm getting into that supply side outlook. A lot of these projects come out of our 2018 water resource report and are built into our CIP of our last rate study, so we can plan for them. We're trying to get to this 34 MGD in the future. The next slide I'm going to show you will show that incremental, how we're going to get up there, or a basic roadmap to get there, and the projects that we're funding. Again, well 3 was one of them that got us an extra 1.5 MGD. And there are other studies that we're doing to build resiliency and redundancy in our system. One of those projects was the east-west transmission main, getting it up to Quill. That's an important one because we want to be able to move our resources around. You might have pockets in town that are that don't have the same capacity. So when I'm talking about all this, I'm talking the overall capacity of the system, not the capacity up in Lakeview or Timberline. But being able to get the water throughout the town is important. That east-west transmission main was a big project to get to be able to move that water around. Well 3, we've already gone over that. The next big one is Quill. We've talked about that. That one's important from a lot of different perspectives: water quality, that ASR program, and then just demand and conjunctive use of our water. Well 4 redrill is one we're looking at. That's slated for 2024. That's in our CIP, our 5-year CIP. And then a new induction well on the river to expand our river rights. And so this is my last slide. But it's a complicated one and an important one. It shows your build out max day demand in MGD, million gallons per day, at that 34 million gallons per day. And it shows incrementally, the red dotted line is where we're currently at, about 26 MGD. And the next line up, the orange line, is the capacity, our current capacity with well 4. And then the next green line is our current capacity with the induction well. And then the next dotted line is Quill, which is a big one. That's a 4 or 5 MGD addition to our, given that Mother Nature provides it, it's an addition to our capacity. So all those added up are just an idea of how we would get to this 34 million gallons per day. There's other things that will come up, and like you said, the regulations are always we're always chasing those too. Well 4 is one of those where it's an arsenic well and it's hard to use it. So we want to be able to re-drill that and get it back into the system. So you're always playing catch up, but these are projects to get us there. So with that, I will kick it over. That's our conclusion is, complex systems on both sides, diverse water portfolio, fairly healthy basins, and we're, striving for strategic, smart, and resilient planning. We'll take questions.
Do you have any questions for the water side of the house? No. Okay, well, what I'd like to do is,
Comment.
sorry, go ahead,
So I
Supervisor Webb.
don't have any questions today because I already beat these guys up pretty thoroughly before today, so.
No.
Thank you guys for all the answers that you got to me.
So I'd like to concentrate a little bit, if I can, on the proposed resolution and just see if there's any other issue. If we go to paragraph 6, it's allowing the Growth Management Committee to put more consideration into their decision-making on the 15,000 gallons. So the applications that would come forward could include. So is there any other measure or opportunity or thought process any of you have that you think should be used in consideration of whether we're going to give up 15,000 gallons of water a day? Is there something that, before we say yes, check the box and let them have the water, is there anything that we're missing in this discussion point that should be considered? I just want to give them all the tools that we can. And so does it mean that they have to check the box on one item, all items, or it's really still up to the growth management? So let's just say I use water conservation measures. So famous one for me is car wash, right? So they're going to use 20,000 gallons a day, but they use water conservation measures. Is that a just not speaking for the growth management, but is that a yes? Or is there another consideration of we already have lots of car washes and I don't want to give up 15,000 gallons for another car wash? I wonder if that's a consideration, or we don't care what the business is as long as it.
Mayor, if I can clarify, what the intent of the commission was it had to utilize water conservation measures and techniques. That wasn't discretionary. It has to do that. In addition to that, it has to either promote health, welfare, safety, or quality of life, or create quality jobs, or promote recreation and tourism. So the water conservation was a requirement. If they weren't utilizing water conservation techniques, it's dead on arrival. They wanted to see evidence of that.
Is that what you all understand this section 6 is a requirement of that? I'm not sure I'm reading that because I get an and if and then an or statements. So, but the intention is for that one to be requires. Considering applications, the growth manager shall consider if. So I guess.
Is
this written to a mandatory that you would consider? I don't either.
Is there
Sorry.
follow-up on this? Are these, once we pass, do we follow up on this?
That was a question the Growth Management Commission had as well. And so what we have one that's going to the Growth Management Commission later this month. And what we've included as a recommended condition of approval is that after commencement of the use for a period of 3 years, the use has to annually appear before the Growth Management Commission, report on its water usage, and demonstrate that it's within the restrictions identified by the Growth Management Commission. If they fail to do that, they either need to immediately adjust their operations, i.e. it could be reduce the number of days they operate or whatever, or they need to seek a new growth management approval.
I'm comfortable with that.
Supervisor Giomi?
I have to digest that a little bit because I don't know how comfortable I am with the added administrative work, the added burden on it, because it makes it kind of difficult for a business to plan how to operate if every 3 years, they have to change their whole operation. Because potentially it's what we're talking about, right? I mean.
No, it's actually, ideally, they've modeled based on their anticipated demand. And it's an average daily water demand. My understanding is the connection fee is a derivative of what they've reported their average water demand to be as well. And so by having the 3-year reporting, and again, it's only for the uses greater than 15,000 gallons per day. We've only had 11 requests since 2005, so it doesn't cast a very wide net. But having said that, it's to verify that the request they've made is consistent with what's actually occurring. And they have modeled based on, we'll use the mayor's example of a car wash. The car wash has car washes in their locations. They know what their water demand is based on how they set up their equipment. And so they're telling us, okay, based on our experience elsewhere, or based on similar uses, here's what our water demand will be. And what the Growth Management Commission will do is say, okay, we just want to make sure you're staying within. We just gave you 20,000 gallons per day. There was an opportunity cost when we did that. So we want to make sure you're really at 20,000 gallons per day and you're not at 25,000 gallons per day. And by the way, if you're really at 25,000 gallons per day, your connection fee was underpaid. And so, and that's the 3-year period. It's an opportunity for them to commence use, to get going, but it's not forever. It's just a quick snapshot.
Yeah, I misunderstood what you said. I thought we were looking at this in place of the 15,000. And so, no, so sorry. Given that, and the way you explained it, I agree with Supervisor Jones. I think the way it's written.
I've got an idea there.
Yeah, I didn't get that. The one was mandatory and the other one was then sort of secondary or subservient to that. But I would be okay with that the way you described it. But I think we need to work on the way it's written.
And potentially, Adam just did a great job. It could conceivably say the Growth Management Commission must first find the use utilizes water conservation measures and techniques.
I like that.
And so then it's the mandatory part is kicked in. Because I'm glad we're looking at this together because I think it just needs a small tweak. I want everyone to be on the same understanding of what we're doing. So I offer that as an idea that we change shall consider if to must first find. Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. I appreciate the phone call yesterday. I made a couple of phone calls on this, or actually the day before as well. So back to this, so the water conservation measures, that's a must. And then in addition, to meet one of the criteria, whether wellness and safety, quality of life, quality jobs, or promote tourism, while still being mindful of conservation. Okay, I just think it's super, very important that that be reiterated, that initially you've checked the box for water conservation, and because you're bringing in quality jobs, for example, that's not now a free pass to use with reckless abandon, that kind of thing. So we need to be mindful of that. I appreciate this conversation because honestly, I am really more comfortable with a 2.5% growth. And one of the, when we discussed this, it was helpful to hear how we want to be open for businesses and, for growth. We want to be open and that we are available for people to move here and for businesses to start and to flourish. And with that said, I really am concerned about water. And I know that right now and into the future, the city does an amazing job in terms of planning ahead. And the the future projects that are to be in place, that funding has been approved. And so I'm looking for my quote, but that it's really, it's safe to move forward at 3% in light, especially that we never really get to that 3%. It's been historically much lower. And so the permits are given, but they're not even given at the 3% stage. What worries me is that if lumber prices go down and when labor supply increases and is healthy again, and because we live in such a beautiful community, and of course, we have so much to offer, in the event that labor and material, that balance can be found, if we get 3% requests, we would really, and they're meeting all the, checking the boxes, I think it'd be appropriate to approve them, at which case we'd really jump. And then the numbers go higher, 3% of the new number. That's where I am concerned, especially then when we're trying to build out the infrastructure or support the infrastructure to meet those needs. With the drought that we have, with temperatures rising, water depletion is happening faster than it was in the 80s when the Geological Survey did that report. So I just want that on record. I so support business, and I so want young families to be able to move here and have affordable housing, and I think the development is really important. I am so supportive of infill because we have that infrastructure and the roads and the water, and I think then we can really use our resources mindfully. Then we can really share the burden of costs of updating and renewing and refurbishing and investing in our water treatment, our sewer, all of that, roads, transportation. So growth is important because that helps spread what we all have to pay. I would love to speak to what would the difference be if we approved this at 2.5 versus 3? Because for 21, 3% could allow for 672 permits or units built. At 2.5, 560, I think we're still providing a lot of new housing and opportunity. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I share one quick thing with the entire Board of Supervisors? And thank you, Supervisor Schutte. I just wanted to let the board know sort of an internal process. You all approved a tentative map item before this item. My brain immediately went to, I need to let Public Works know so they update that model Andy just told you about. I have to let Asset Management know so they update the growth model for the city when we look at ultimate build out. So I want you to know that with every incremental action you're taking that affects development, growth and development, we're updating our modeling accordingly. And every single year, each of the service providers, including our utility providers, are asked to advise if they still have capacity. And when they look at those models, they're looking at the cumulative entitlements and building those into their modeling. So it's not going to be something that will surprise us, if you will, because they're constantly modeling based on the growth that you all have approved. I don't know, I just wanted you to know that, that's all.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
You know, I certainly don't want to discount anything that Supervisor Schutte said, but I guess I would just say that I feel like we've done all the things that you said. I feel like probably more than any city in the state, this growth management ordinance goes back to 79. It goes back a long way, 79, early 80s. And, you know, I think we have enough history with the growth management ordinance in place and doing this over the years that we, through that time, have been through the ups and downs that the building industry sees. And even given those ups and downs over the past 40 years, we've never hit that 3% mark but once. And so, I think given all of that, and the fact that we have a model for our water and wastewater to, as Hope said, plug that in and ensure that those are pacing properly. I don't know that we need to reduce it just because I think it's kind of a meaningless reduction. I don't think overall it has. I don't think it has an impact. So anyway,
So
all your points were great, though. I'm not disagreeing with those.
I agree with Supervisor Giomi. I think that the other opportunity that we have that maybe other locations don't do, that I think Carson City, again, does a superior job, is we don't allow our unused building permits to roll over. And so if there's 100 left from last year, it doesn't become 700, right? It drops. So I think the other opportunity we have here all the time is if something in the modeling comes to fruition that we weren't anticipating, we're course correcting or have the opportunity to course correct every year. And therefore, I'm very comfortable with what we've modeled here. And I just think that we're making it even better today, potentially, if we approve this with paragraph 6. I think we're recognizing that we have to have mandatory water conservation measures if you're exceeding 15,000 gallons a day. I also like the spot check that is that indeed what you're doing, and that you properly permitted and paid your connection fees, because those connection fees are what are utilized for upsizing, re-drillings, things of that nature. And we want to make sure that's how I'm able to tell the general residential public that everyone is paying into the system, right? And there is a fairness to what we do. So I'm comfortable with the 3% that we have in there. I think we've just done an excellent job, and that we have all the modeling in place to tell us when it's necessary to do a change. So that's my comment. Supervisor White?
Thank you. Yeah, something that just dawned on me we haven't talked about today, that Eddie and I talked about these, was our well injection program. Can you give us a rundown for the rest of the folks here and the public, what all is involved in that?
Yeah, definitely. Careful what you ask for. I might go too long here, though.
Briefly.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try.
Sorry.
It's like at
Because
the
we might need a break in between.
it's like at the
then.
dinner table. I see my kids' eyes roll back. Yeah. So we inject into 3 different wells up in the university zone, well 51, 55, and 10B. We do that during the winter months, like I said, and it's primarily with quill water that we treat and that we're sending to those wells, and we reverse the flow. We have a meter that goes both ways. We can tell how much we put in or how much we took out. And I'll just give you an example. If we, at 10B, we have some constituent issues with uranium that we have to average throughout the year. So we can only run that well for about a month out of the whole year. And that was one of the city's major wells before the uranium regulations came out. So with the injection program, the ASR program, we can run that for 2 to 3 months because we're actually diluting the groundwater elevation or levels of uranium. So it's a big deal to have that for the 3 months of the peak demand versus 1 month. That's just an extreme example. And the other wells the same. The other 51 and 55 have the same problems. And it allows you to operate those at a longer state. You're also building that groundwater levels at those sites, and there's a lot of good things to it. So that's kind of I don't have any of the numbers of how much we actually put in, but it's on the order of hundreds of acre feet each year that we're injecting.
So it acts basically as an offset, a little bit of what we're taking out.
Yes.
We take out 4,000 or 5,000 acre feet, but we put in several hundred acre
Yep.
feet per year.
Right. And we also have the VC recharge program. That's a little different. That's sending Marlette water that we can't treat at Quill. That's sending it down the VC basins. And we've built up a credit of about 5,000 acre feet in that program of a bank account of water that when are we going to need it? Well, it's nice to have it, right? But it's there, and we have to keep topping it off every year. And that builds up the groundwater table too. So it's there's passive benefits and active benefits to it.
So we sort of operate at a neutral. If we're taking out 5, but we're putting in 5, we're almost neutral.
In some of those areas, yeah. I mean, that doesn't get to the whole, all the different or all the different zones of where our wells are. They're more isolated in the university area. And it's our permit for the VC recharge, it looks at it over 10 years. That if you put a drop of water down VC basins, after 10 years, that's essentially gone. So it's moved out through the system, through the groundwater supply, through the, it's gone back to the river or. So we have to keep topping it off every year so that it maintains that. So.
Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte?
Well, I just want to say I really appreciate this conversation. I think it's important that community members really see the process. When folks drive by and they see all the new building and we're hearing about all the fires and we're going through the heat waves, immediately water comes to mind. And growing up in Carson City in the early 70s, I remember writing a letter to the editor because they were watering at the legislative building and the water was going in the street. And so we wrote, well, does watering streets promote growth? So it's been an issue forever. And so just to hear truly what our water capacity is and what goes into conservation and into storage is really helpful. And so part of the reason I brought up my concerns was to help facilitate that conversation. So I thank you.
Supervisor Giomi?
You little rebel activist, you. I think you said it well, and I guess I'll just wrap it up by saying that it's a lot more complicated than people see us approving housing and think that we're not considering all those things. And it really, as evidenced by this little technical discussion that Eddie just had with us about recharging, it's a lot more complicated than that, and none of that happens without crack staff. We're very lucky to have those of you that we have, because it makes all the difference in a complicated world of water. So thank you.
Okay, so I thought, just for clarity, to try and help a motion, that I give a try for paragraph 6 to make sure we're all on the same page of where we're going here, potentially. So in considering applications in response to subsection 5, the Growth Management Commission must first find that the use utilizes water conservation measures and techniques. If that finding is made, the Growth Management Commission must consider if the use will promote health, welfare, safety, or quality of life, or create quality jobs, or promote recreation and tourism. If both such findings are made, an application under subsection 5 can be granted. So do you think that we've clarified now that it's a mandatory for the techniques, and then they have to have one of the other criteria to be met? Does that, okay? And I'll give this to staff for that. Okay, is anyone ready to make a motion? Supervisor Giomi?
I will go ahead and move to approve resolution number 2021-R23, the late material version of that resolution with the change to section 6 read into the record by the mayor.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the late material that was presented on the resolution plus the change to paragraph 6 read into the record. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all very much. Thank you for a great presentation. I see a coffee and conversation with the mayor in the making off those slides. I might have to make them a little bit easier for me to pull off, but thank you all very much. We're going to take a recess so that we can set up for the next few items. We'll be back at, let's say, 11:15. So we can get Ed James and Just introduce it, read everything to- Okay, I will do that for you, absolutely. It's the counterpoint. It's good to have point, counterpoint. Yeah.
I had one with, can't remember.
Yes. Tamara, are you ready to come back on the record?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors back to order. We're on item 17A, which is discussion and possible action regarding the FY22 audit work program. So I have to make a disclosure. So I know what's going on these days. NRS 281A 420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item seeks direction from the board on audits to be performed in fiscal year '22 by the city's retained internal auditor, Eide Bailey LLP. My son recently became a partner at Eide Bailey. He does not have any direct involvement in the Carson City audits. However, because he is now a partner, he could conceivably have a pecuniary interest, money, in any Eide Bailey venture, and the fee Eide Bailey receives from the city could be impacted by the outcome of this item. The independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position could be materially affected by this relationship. Therefore, I consider this to be a disqualifying conflict, and I will not be voting on this matter. Mayor Pro Tem Giomi, will you please take this item?
Yes, ma'am. And I will turn it over to our CFO, Sherry Russell.
Thank you, sir. So this is our friendly auditor. This is the one that we, nobody likes the word audit, right? It sounds bad. But we hire this auditor as our internal auditor to help us with best practices, make sure we're following our procedures and that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing on an annual basis. So they do several procedures every year. The audit committee vets those procedures and tries to pigeonhole what they would like to do going forward. The auditor does do a risk assessment to determine where they think the risk is. They talk to a lot of directors, and just based on their past experience, they come up with a set of procedures that they think that the audit committee might want to do. And then the audit committee spends time talking about those procedures. It kind of narrows it down into the list I have today. So today is the recommendation from the audit committee on what they'd like to perform in fiscal year 22. There's a risk assessment involved for 23. That's going to be next year. The citywide payroll process, the last time that was done was in 2016. We usually do that every 3 to 5 years, and it was actually put off for a year because of the new ERP system. They wanted a year's worth of data to test in the new ERP system. So now that we have a year's worth of data, we're going to definitely test that system to make sure nothing fell through the cracks with our implementation. And then they're going to do some work with the building and business licenses divisions. We've been outsourcing now since I think 2015. And so we're just going to do our due diligence and go back and make sure that was a good decision. Do we want to maybe go back to insourcing or continue outsourcing and just look at the logistics of each? And then they're also going to do a little tiny piece of business licenses. Again, we implemented, it was part of the ERP system, Energov. So again, a new system, it's been in place for about a year. Just go in, make sure nothing fell through the cracks, and it's working as it should be. They're going to do a little update on the IT vulnerability audit that they did this year. Again, there were quite a few findings, so we just want to make sure that all of those are cleared. And they'll probably wait until the end of the year to do that because there's a new CIO in place. They're going to do a little bit of end user and wireless vulnerability assessment. This kind of goes hand in hand with the overall vulnerability assessment. And then they wanted to do some grants procedures. You see on the last page of the item, the grants procedures they wanted to do, but the audit committee kind of was more interested in consulting for the new American Recovery Plan Act, the ARPA money that we'll be getting, and compliance with that. So they're going to be more of a consultant on compliance and what, if we're allowed to spend the money on, make sure that we're not doing things inappropriately with that $20 million that we're getting through the ARPA funding. And then, of course, they have their findings and follow-ups. This is just if the audit committee wants them to follow up on any of the findings and make sure that we fixed it. And then there's a little bit of fraud, waste, and abuse monitoring that they do, as opposed to anybody at the city. So that's really their budget. There is $116,000 this year. The typical budget is $110,000, but there is $6,000 this year that they didn't spend that I'm recommending that we roll forward so that they can do all the IT stuff that we want them to do. Really, that was so we could fit in the end user list, wireless and vulnerability testing.
Okay, any questions from the board to Ms. Russell? I do have one comment. I like that. I would like to see the fire prevention audit not drop off. I know they do a risk assessment. I don't have issues pushing it down the road a bit, but I would definitely like to see that. I think it's an area that could benefit from an audit, an outside look. And so hopefully that falls under the risk thing again next year. I know that things tend not to just drop off if they get brought up. And I know it's a funding thing, and I agree with the priorities that are on here for the year, though. And I really like that we're doing the ARPA assistance and making sure that we're not going to be held to pay money back that we misspent. So I think that's a good idea.
That is the risk, and I can tell you that the fire prevention, one of the reasons that we didn't want to do that this year was that they we recently approved another fire inspector.
Right.
So we kind of want to see what happens with that before we, stick an auditor on them.
Yeah, no, I agree. It totally makes sense. I don't want it to drop off, so. All right, I see that Supervisor Jones is willing to make a motion, so you're up.
I move to direct ED Bede LLP to proceed with the fiscal year 2022 audit work program as discussed.
I second that.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? And one abstention. Motion carries with 4 yeses and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Fine job, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item 18A, which is discussion and possible action regarding the proposed acceptance of the West Carson City Area Drainage Plan. We have Mr. Fellows with us. And
Jeff Brunell.
Jeff Brunell.
Yes, from
Welcome.
Kimley Horn.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Finally, we're here. This is great. We're here to discuss the West Carson City Area Drainage Plan. I'm Rob Fellows. I'm your floodplain manager. And before we start with a short presentation, I just want to thank everyone who participated in this through the Subconservancy, and funding was obtained through FEMA. And just wanted to make sure that we've done a lot of things over the years through the Subconservancy, and they've really been a big help. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeff Brunell with Kimley Horn.
All right, thank you. Good morning. So to start with, here is the project boundary for this particular study. It's basically the area of the city that's impacted by Ash Canyon and Kings Canyon creeks and flood flows that emanate from those flooding sources. We are sitting in that study area just barely, but it mostly extends to the south and the west from here up to the mountain front. The purpose of this project was to better define the flood hazards within this study area, building on previous completed hydrologic and hydraulic studies. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel, and certainly just wanted to get better at it. And then the end result was to reduce flood hazards and increase community resiliency.
Good word.
The project goals were to identify mitigation solutions for those areas impacted by flood flows from those 2 flooding sources. And primarily, we were looking at sizing a large stormwater basin upstream to capture flood flows prior to them entering the more developed areas of the study area downstream. And then any other conceptual mitigation solutions that would fit within that scheme downstream in the more urban areas. So this is part of an ongoing effort by the city and by Rob to kind of look at areas of the city and better define flood hazards. The north area plan was completed last year. This west area plan will be completed pretty much after this meeting. The southeast area plan and the east area plan are planned for the future. And those pretty much encompass most of the city and the flood hazards therein. So this map here, so the initial effort was, like I said, to define the existing conditions, flood hazards. As part of that, we wanted to better understand the existing storm drain system and other hydraulic structures in the study area. This map, it's a little hard to see, but zooming in, you can see all the colors there. That's pretty much represents all the existing storm drain within this study area. And what we did is we compiled a comprehensive surface-subsurface model to incorporate, to gauge the effects of the storm drain system on surface flooding. And it was quite an endeavor in that the existing storm drain system in this part of town is pretty extensive, pretty hodgepodge, lots of different sizes, lots of different junctions and splits. And it was a considerable effort. And the city's GIS data was very helpful, and I think we have a very accurate representation of the existing storm drain system incorporated into the modeling. That said, there's probably some inaccuracies that would have taken probably an effort beyond the scope of this project to better define field investigations, subsurface investigations, those sort of things. But what we have now within the model framework is a very good representation of what's out there in the ground. And this is what the existing conditions flood flows look like per that modeling effort of both subsurface and surface conveyance. This is the 100-year flood depths map here. You can see that, the color ramp there, basically anything yellow and above that, oranges are probably considered flood flows deep enough that they're not going to be contained within the street section, within curb and gutter. And so you can see there is some sections of the study area, namely between Ormsby and Mountain Street, and then Washington and King Street, that kind of square, that there's some considerable flood hazard areas defined within that. And so this is what our goal was to mitigate these areas as part of this effort. So with that existing conditions analyses completed, we did a public meeting. We conducted a public meeting. It was virtual, of course, at this, during this time last year, just last December. We definitely got good public participation out of it. But the goal of the meeting was to present these results and then solicit input from the public or the residents within the study area of anecdotal flood data to help ground truth our models, make sure that the results looked accurate, that sort of thing, and then get any other input that they may have. And this is just a image of the mailer, the postcard that we sent out. One of the things we did set up a website. It's still set up, and that houses all the study data, the maps, and it also provides a portal for folks to comment and provide additional data. And then this map here kind of depicts all the input that we did get from that initial public meeting. This is kind of spatially showing the input we got from folks, from residents. A lot of this was accompanied by photos or videos of flooding and that sort of thing. But it was a lot of very, good data that's housed as part of this study, but data that city staff also has that may inform future maintenance programs or projects and that sort of thing. So it was definitely a useful effort. With that, we transitioned to developing a conceptual mitigation solution or plan. And with that, we had a second public meeting here just a couple months ago. Again, it was virtual, but this is where we kind of more laid out the plan and got input from that. And as part of that meeting and as part of defining the conceptual mitigation solution, we wanted to set goals, and our goals were first to provide 100-year protection, right? And to do that, we wanted to utilize available open space, our city-owned property, or existing features to minimize cost. And then thirdly there, to match downstream storm drain capacities, because it became quickly evident that a large storm drain project was probably not feasible. So what we wanted to do was meter flows upstream to match those existing downstream capacities. That seemed to be really the only viable path for any kind of flood solution. So this is kind of the conceptual schematic of a plan that we presented at that second public meeting. That green is all, basin capacity envisioned for the upstream area there as flows leave the canyon. And then from there, kind of metering out of the basins down through existing conveyance and to the storm drain systems that start there at the end of Washington Street and King Street. As part of this, and looking at that 100-year solution, we needed approximately 740 acre-feet of storage. And that's what the green kind of represents in like I said, a very schematic way. That just, it didn't, that was not feasible, that much storage. It just, the nature of the terrain, the cost requirements, it just became quickly not feasible to provide 100-year protection. And so we ended up looking at a 10-year solution, which really only required about 220 acre feet. That seemed much more feasible, still be able to match that downstream stormwater capacity and significantly mitigate 100-year flood depths, even with a 10-year basin solution. And so this next map here, or plan, shows the conceptual, maybe 15% design plans of what a 10-year basin would look like. It's still a large hole in the ground, right? Similar to the VC basin. And this is about 220 acre feet. It works with the existing land contours and features up there, like the new water line that kind of cuts through the middle of it. But it's kind of a combined basin that would accomplish the goals of the study. Here's a map of the proposed conditions, 100-year flood depths. You can, if you remember that first map, there you can see a significant change. I will point out, though, that the color ramp changed, so the blues are up to 2 feet, where on the other map it was yellow. But still, significant reduction. I think this next map probably shows a little more clear, and this is simply a net benefit versus a net negative impact. So all the green is reduction in flood depths from existing to proposed. The orange is an increase in flood depths. There's a few little isolated spots of increase. Those are really just anomalies of getting water into the storm drain that would be fixed in a final design effort. And really, so to summarize, what this looked like for a 10-year basin is about approaching a $20 million project still. And you can see why a 100-year solution was probably not feasible. And that's design and construction. But this did pencil out to a benefit cost ratio per FEMA's methodology and requirements of 1.35, so that's good for moving forward with potential grant funding. And that's what that last bullet point speaks to is, FEMA is cost sharing at 75-25 for projects that they accept within their grant funding programs. So I think that concludes the presentation.
So that means 5 million to us is what we're trying, just to boil it down, right? 5 million for us. And can you, for the public that might be watching or us on the board, explain the difference to, I'm going to have a positive impact on the 100-year flood, but I'm building a 10-year flood? Can you explain what the difference is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the difference is the basin captures the entire 10-year flood hydrograph before metering it out to existing capacity of Ash Canyon Creek and Kings Canyon Creek. But during the 100-year event, there would be some overtopping of the basin because it's not storing the entire flood hydrograph. But it still mitigates the flood flows with the storage that is provided. So instead of having flood depths without a basin in place, the flood depths are reduced, but there's still potential flooding.
Because there's somewhere for a basin to catch that water,
Right.
is what we're trying to explain to the public,
Yes,
right?
exactly,
So,
exactly.
again, I'm trying to get it to a little bit an eeasier way for the general public to understand is a 10-year event has less water flow than a 100-year event. How is it measured for the public to understand? It's the volume of water that comes rushing down is
It's
significantly
both,
more?
So it's both a volume and a peak flow issue, right? So some of the flooding is caused by the highest peak, where the creeks are overtopped. Some of it's caused by just the fact that there's not enough storage to store all the flood flow as the flood event occurs. And so the basin mitigates both of those factors. It does it entirely for the 10-year. So if, for example, if the basin didn't have outlet pipes, the whole 10-year flood event would be in the basin until it evaporated or soaked into the ground. For the 100-year event, that it doesn't have that much capacity, so there is some overtopping at engineered locations, but
You're
It's-
able to direct where you want the overflow to go.
Exactly.
I knew I was going to come up
Get-
with
get-
a.
get there some way,
Yeah, I'm
right?
going to get here somehow that the public, or maybe even me, can explain it better that, we're going to do a $19 million project. And the emphasis for me, unless I've misunderstood here, is we want the water to go where we purposely channel it. And so it would be away from people's homes.
Yep, absolutely.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to get to here, is that I'm explaining to the public what we're trying to achieve. Right?
Absolutely.
So we didn't want the flooding that we saw years ago, that, everybody's sandbagging their house, and we're looking at some businesses that had significant flooding. So the objective, again, is we're not going to eliminate the water, but we're going to channel it in a more productive way.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
And definitely be less deep than what it was without a basin.
Yeah, and people are still going to see water running down their street. It's not going to go away.
I
It doesn't just,
think that-
it doesn't
right.
just, magically disappear.
Yep.
Did you find that because of the two creeks that we already had there, that there was less of a sort of an alluvial fan issue, where normally you've got water that you don't really know where it's going to go, right?
Right.
Maybe like the North Carson one, it's a little less defined. And so that makes, because in that study, we had a lot of different mitigation options.
Yep.
And here, we're kind of lucky in the sense that we know where the water is sort of already going to go and where it's going to end up. And it's easier to build that basin, right?
Yep, exactly. And that's why the basin is cited where it is, because it's kind of where that alluvial fan flood hazard would be spreading flow out prior to the developed areas. So capturing that uncertainty that would occur
And
there.
corralling it.
And then being able to meter it in. the developed water.
I assume that the 100-year, construction to the 100-year, wouldn't have been 10 times the cost of this, because there's some economy of scales, but it probably would not have met the benefit cost analysis, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, definitely, because, the land does slope, and so to capture a certain amount of volume, it's got to be flat, but there's this area above that also has to be moved.
That's the issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Rob, I know we haven't, I know it's outside of this basin, but I always felt like from my past experiences dealing with floods here in town, that some of this water that ends up contributing to the flooding around Stewart and Carson Street. And maybe I'm wrong, because this at least the study showed that it was that area was outside this this sort of basin, for lack of a better term. Was that just for planning purposes, or do you really not feel that some of this water is ending up there? Because I can't help but think that it is.
It wants to go to the southeast if we don't manage it and try to push it across town. So if we did nothing, it would want to go towards that area, towards Governor's Field and that area. So, but some does, and a lot of it is carried east. So it is spread out.
Well, we want it to go east,
Yes,
right?
we
Because
do.
we wanted to get to the river. So
Yeah.
even though it's not in the study area, would you assume we'd see some benefit then to that particular part of town? Because it's always been sort of a trouble spot. One of
Definitely.
the 2 or 3 trouble spots we have left.
Yeah.
So you would expect to see a benefit then to that area, even though it's outside the sort of study area.
There's a definite benefit, and with the upgrades in Carson Street, these two things kind of go together.
Yeah,
So
good.
we've got some good improvements now there
Yeah,
in
from
that
the south.
downtown area from the south. And with something like this to take this volume off the table, everyone will benefit.
Okay. And will that next study, the southeast, I forget what it was.
Yes.
I could find it. Will that incorporate that up to Stewart and Carson? Will we kind
So
of?
that's mainly south of the freeway to, and then part of Prison Hill. So it
Okay.
does Prison Hill and that Stewart facility and everything on the south side there. That's
So
where
we're
that
really
one's
kind
going.
of missing that whole
Pretty much the
center part
The
from a study
the
perspective.
freeway has really mitigated a lot of flood depths in the Solomon area, in that southeast area. And in fact, there's going to be a new map that's going to come out here that's going to reflect that. There was a little bit of a delay in FEMA, like 2 or 3 years, but it's finally gotten going, and
Comment?
we are going to, we're going to see that, and a lot of folks are anticipating that map's going to come out.
Okay. So you think then between this work, the work we did on South Carson Street, and the work that was done on the freeway, we're going to see a pretty good improvement in that area then?
Yes, yes. In fact, I keep touting this statistic where, you know, the open space and how important it is. Well, 70% of the special flood hazard in Carson City is in open space. And with things like this and changes in the Lampa Ranch, I think that number is going to go up to maybe 80, 85%.
Yeah.
So, and even if this goes forward, it would be, you know, I hate to say it's going to go higher, but there would be less special flood hazard area in the city.
Great, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful job. Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. I'm just wondering how will, so that area, those two areas with the negative impact after this is done, how will that be managed?
So what's happening is there's a facility there, but it's difficult for water to get in the system.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're planning some inlet improvements that's going to make it more efficient for the water to get in the system. And that's kind of why that's showing up.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. Hey, on your figure, apparently AA2, where it shows the elevations for this impoundment, it says there you're going to have a little over a million cubic yards of export.
Yes.
Any idea where you're going to put all that?
Your house?
We still have a sense of humor today. That was good.
Can we bag it and sell it for something? Or?
Sorry, that was good.
There's actually a location on the Quill Meadow, kind of on the south, where the hill is. There's a hill that's not going to affect drainage from other areas, and certainly that would be one of the places where that material could go. And we haven't figured out if it's going to take 1 million yards, but there are a few places that we can put the material and it's not going to interfere with the watershed drainage.
I don't see any other questions, so I'm ready for a motion. Supervisor Schutte, motion?
I move to accept the West Carson City Area Drainage Plan and to direct staff to explore funding opportunities for the priority drainage project.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just want to kind of give you guys a little bit of a lay of the land where I plan on going for the agenda. We're going to probably keep on going till about 1:45. When we will break, I see that Rachel brought us in some lunch. And then we'll come back in and do our closed session. And so sorry, Tamar, then we'll have to come back on the record for 20A. That will probably be approximately 1:45, so we'll try to give you an hour lunch. We'll come into the closed hearing, and then approximately 2:15, we should be back on the record for the public. So I just wanted to give you a lay of the process here. We're going to go on then to agenda item 18B, which is discussion and possible action regarding direction for staff on the initiation of due diligence and commencement or completion for preparatory tasks on some city-owned property and the William Street property. Mr. Nellis, are you going to take us through 18B and Mr. Schultz? Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Robert Nellis, a real property manager for Carson City. There's basically two
parts to our request this morning. The first is whether you'd like to direct staff to consider an acquisition for 600 East William Street. That's the Bank of America building. And then if so, would you like to direct staff to dispose of 108 East Proctor as part of that? And there's different disposal options there. We could either auction the property at your direction and then use proceeds towards the acquisition of the Bank of America building, or we could just make it part of a direct exchange for the Bank of America building, in which case we'd probably still need direction and guidance on where to get additional revenue to make up the difference in an exchange, or just we don't sell 108 East Proctor and have another revenue source identified for the acquisition of the Bank of America building. And that's basically the short of our request, and we'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
So I'd like to set this up a little bit in discussion point for us as a board. The issue becomes we have pressure in our courthouse to have to do different things for holding court. Different laws have passed, kind of like Supervisor Giomi said earlier. Sometimes we get intervening requirements that we were not planning on, but that put pressure on us to make some changes. Also, at a certain threshold, we have to add another court judge. There are just things statutorily that will happen to us. So that got staff looking at opportunities to how we could meet the courthouse needs. And an opportunity came to us with the owners of that building indicating that they might potentially like to make a trade. And the building in discussion for the public is also affectionately known as the Brick, just so the public is aware. We have a lot of had a lot of discussions on ways of putting staff in the proper locations to be efficient and effective for the public. And right now we're pretty spread out for public access to items. So the thought was that that building was very conducive to the bottom floor. Obviously it was a bank, so it was very established as a service-oriented site. And so the discussion was, what could we move there so the public only went to one location and could solve any of their public needs with the community. And so we wanted to bring it here to this board to discuss where are we going with staffing and needs of the city over the next 5 to 10 years. We're never making the decision for today. It's not today's needs we're talking about. It's, again, are we planning and where are we going for this next 5 to 10 years? And so I was interested in all of your thoughts, whether you thought we should look at this building. It may or may not be the right answer, but I would love staff to really look at the square footage, look at the layout, look at the HVAC systems, you know, and really determine if there's a viable building, and for me, an exchange of the brick, because I obviously don't want the taxpayer on the hook for excess building space either, right? And if we can exchange one and bring the price to something reasonable, I'd like to explore that, but I'm very interested in your thoughts, and I see Supervisor Jones has raised his hand first.
Well, you failed to mention that we're almost built out as far as space.
Yes.
We've got some departments that are in inadequate facilities and space as far as I'm concerned, and I think some of them need immediate attention regardless of what we do here.
Okay.
What is the price of the Bank of America building?
This is the due diligence period, so it's whether or not we want staff time spent on doing the due diligence. So we do not have any details until the staff is able to go out and get appraisals and say, what's the value of the Proctor building? What's the value of the Bank of America building? What potential repairs would be necessary? What would a build out of those bottom floors look like? And to truly ascertain whether the cost per square footage is appropriate and would it meet our needs? So this is to determine whether we as a board want staff to pursue the due diligence of looking at that building or not. So we don't have those answers yet.
Strictly from a cost factor, it's got to be a lot cheaper than building a building. I'm hearing figures of 600 plus per square foot now for some buildings, which is not going to happen as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, Bank of America hasn't indicated what they want for the building?
No, it has to, by Nevada law, we have to have an appraisal to be able to look at some of that.
Well, I think before we can even start, we have to have an appraisal of both buildings, don't we?
Correct. Correct. Supervisor Giomi?
You know, I think it makes sense to at least explore it. I mean, the two, Robert, the two questions you said are, do we want to pursue exploring 600 East Williams? My answer to that is yes. And do we want to explore disposal of 108 East Proctor? And my answer to that is yes, because I don't think we need 3 city buildings downtown: City Hall, Proctor, and 600 East Williams. And I'm, you know, if I don't think we know this, and it's great, quite frankly, to have a city hall right across from the Capitol building. But if 600 can be our new city hall, maybe we don't keep all 3 buildings. But I think we have to. So that's one thing I'd like, if this goes forward, to look at. I'd like to make sure we do a facility condition assessment similar to what we've done with all our other facilities. So we're, you know, put it on that same par before we acquire it. I know there might be some cost involved in that, but it just seems silly to me to not go through that work on that building when we've done it with every other building we own. So I don't want it to be just a cursory thing where you open the door and say, oh yeah, there's an air conditioner, we're good, you know, because I don't think that's going to cut it. And I think it behooves us as part of that study to have a sense from someone on staff, and hopefully you have someone on staff that can space plan that building and make sure that it's going to work for what we think it should work for. And I'm in agreement with Lori. If we can have a one-stop shop where a citizen can go to take care of whatever business they need to take care of with the city, instead of having to go out to the Parks Department to rent a park at the corporate yards, you know, I think that to me has to be part of that. I think I sense you probably in the same boat. We'd like to get corporate yards, or I think I'd like to get corporate yards where it's not a publicly accessible place. It doesn't need to be, and it probably shouldn't be. And so, you know, this kind of moves Parks Administration over there, and yeah, I would be for it if we can, you know, put those parts in the study and things pencil out.
Supervisor Schutte?
I too am for it. I think really learning what the value of the building is, not just about monetary value, but the value of the layout, the value of the location, the value of having options to really have room for all of those. You know, every department is essential, but those departments that the public frequently visit, to have everyone in that space. And we won't know unless we explore these options and really see what we can do with the building, and then actively compare that to what it would cost to build a second addition onto City Hall, or if that meant to take down City Hall and rebuild from the start, which might be less expensive. But my guess is that would still be more expensive than the Bank of America building, and remodeling to fit the needs of the city. So I support this.
Okay. Supervisor White?
Thank you. You know, this Bank of America building is not owned by Bank of America. It's been for sale for a number of months now. So I'm a little curious why we don't have at least an idea of what the asking price is. We bought the brick building for a little over $1 million. We still owe $600,000. I'm having a hard time understanding why the people that own the Bank of America would ever consider trading that building for the brick. It makes somebody's going to have to help me get my mind around that concept. I'm not a real estate developer or a guru in passing around large sums of money, but I don't see this making a damn bit of sense.
Okay. Well,
Whole thing?
Well, it says in the
why
staff
they won't
summary
sell it.
that we'll acquire the William Street property with all or part of the purchase price offset by exchanging the city property, which is the brick.
I don't think the owners of that building believe that the brick value matches their value. And if this is implying that that's not what was implied, we would have to make up the differential.
Maybe
Okay.
what's in this staff summary should have been written different, because it does say with
But-
all or part of the purchase price.
I don't think you're wrong. There's no doubt in my mind that
Especially when we still owe $600,000.
the William Street property certainly has a higher value than the brick. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that's gonna happen just based solely on square footage and value there, so.
Well, and location. You know, the brick building has a wonderful
It
location.
has a good location. Mhm.
For business, so I
For a
think
bar.
a bar, a restaurant, a
Location.
gift shop, it's a wonderful location.
Mhm. Has a good location. And again, it's not for us to say what their current tax situations are. There's lots of things that go into business decisions on when they acquire property or dispose of property. And so, yeah, I just thought an opportunity came to us and we should just do due diligence. It doesn't mean it's a done deal. I just wanted to direct staff to do it and wanted you all to be on board with this discussion. So Supervisor Jones?
I think at the same time, we ought to look at that 777 right across the street. The same realtor has got both properties. I know Nancy doesn't like it and doesn't have anything to do with it, but I think
You're out, Nancy.
but I think it's another package we should look at.
Well, I've always thought that was a place for the library to expand into.
Well,
If it's for sale now, I didn't realize it was for
yeah,
sale.
it's the
Yes,
same,
it
the same
could
realtor.
potentially,
But I'd like us to look at that property also.
Nancy likes that idea better. She's like, oh, great, give it to the library. But anyway. And in all honesty, as we've discussed earlier on an agenda, we have Northgate. So I think that the due diligence is for staff to really look at the assets that we own, what is their value, what do we need? I think that's the most important step, which I believe staff's already well on their way to doing the space considerations. We're paying at the health department right now for outside space, for rentals. We've got Vitality Center in our part of our health department. So maybe this is just a good time anyway to truly look at who we have housed where and what are the greatest opportunities for improvement and efficient and effective use of our space and for the public. So it's just a good opportunity, I think, to look at all of it. Supervisor White?
What do we suppose this is going to cost us in time and money to do this?
What are appraisals? A couple thousand?
Robert Nellis for the record. Guesstimation would be appraisals could be 3,000 each. So if we're looking at 4 appraisals, 2 for each building, $12,000 just on appraisals, and title reports. You know, maybe on the high end, 1,000 each. You know, for those, and then we have a facility condition report we'd have to do. Not really sure on that cost. That would be outside of my scope of understanding.
Darren?
Yeah, Darren Schultz, Public Works Director. It would be, the right thing to do would be to have a certified building condition assessment done by a consultant, not by city staff. That's basically based off of square footage of the facility, what's involved there. This size, just going off the cuff, I think it would probably be maybe in the range of about $10,000, but I don't know that for a fact. We'd have to get some estimates. Space planning, a lot's been thrown out here today on space planning. We are not space planners. We're a real property manager and we're engineers. We can do very high level space planning in terms of square footage of a department that they have now and put that into a new building and how that works. I would suggest that this level, that's what we would do rather than do a citywide space planning needs assessment. That would require some help if we wanted to go to that level. I think that's it for questions.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, then I'm ready for a motion if someone would like to make one. Is that going to be Supervisor Schutte?
I move to direct staff to proceed with all preparatory tasks required to lawfully dispose of the city property and acquire the William Street property in the manner discussed on the record.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed, say no. Okay, thank you all so very much. You have enough direction. Okay, thank you. Too much direction? Yeah, he's going, oh, no. Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 19A, which is just for discussion, a presentation by the Carson Water Subconservancy District on Water Connects Us All campaign. You do not look like Brenda. Somehow I think we have Ed.
I think you need some sensitivity training.
Maybe. There you go. I know Brenda, so wait a minute.
So there was a conflict in scheduling today. So my name is Shane Fryer. I am the Watershed Program Specialist for CWSD, and I will be giving the presentation here today. So just give me 1 second, and I will load it up here. There's also video and sound to this presentation. Will sound play over the
Yep, as long as your microphone's on, it should pick it up. His microphone is on next to his.
All right, so I will turn up the volume here a little bit. There we go. All right, and find my presentation. Sorry for the delay here.
While he's putting it together, I realize now that we may be homeless soon. Our office is at 7727 William Street. So.
Yeah, I'm afraid you won't be in the space plan.
So it was good to know this meeting earlier.
Big rats. Yeah, no. There's not.
Oh.
All right, Watershed Connects Us All. Watershed Marketing, Watershed Connects Us All. Excellent, and slideshow, begin from beginning here. Excellent. Well, this is the campaign here. So, absolutely. Thank you, sir. So this is a campaign now almost 6 years in the making. We started this back in 2015, and this is a collaboration between NDEP, who is a funding partner, and ourselves, partially funding partner, and our CRC, which is our Carson River Coalition. And that's our steering group, which is our community, the nonprofits, Carson City Parks and Open Space, counties all the way from Alpine County, Story County, down to Fallon and Churchill County. So this is the voices coming from people all over the county. And we were looking for ways to kind of unify people around the concept that we all live in the single watershed, that the actions of users above them affect the people below them, and that we all have a part to take in keeping our watershed in good condition, healthy condition for the water quality, for recreation, for sportsmen, for our businesses, for our producers, everyone. So we wanted to come together with a very unified voice and a message that everybody could come together on. And I talked a little bit additionally about the CRC. This initially started in 2015 with our CRC education roundtable. And so these were environmental educators from across our watershed that came together. And the first thing, and this was pushed by NDEP at the time too, is we wanted to create metrics. We wanted to measure how well our education was doing in the watershed. And we came together with some very high concept ideas that we wanted to get to our public. But first, we decided to start with a survey of the watershed, and we contracted Responsive Management, who is a professional survey company, and they did a phone survey of 780 plus individuals across the watershed. And we got some very surprising results. And some of our high concepts went away, and we we need to come back to the basics again here. So just to throw out a few statistics there, 62% of the residents that lived in our watershed, this is Alpine all the way to Churchill, didn't realize or believe that they lived in a watershed. Only 9% of the people could say that the Carson River was the ultimate place where their storm drains went. So, I mean, there's a large, at that time at 2015, there's a large disconnect between what people know and what's happening around them. So we hired Neon Agency, and they came out with a series of PSAs. I'm sure Stacy's seen these videos many, many times now. But if you go to imcarsonriver.org, you can see the original PSA, which is a tour of the watershed. We literally start in Alpine way up above Red Lakes, and the person's walking through, and it's like they're hiking a trail through and talking about the areas of our watershed, and also about non-point source pollution, which is the pollution that we don't knowingly put into the watershed. You know, this could be pet waste, washing your car in storm sewers, not storing chemicals properly, overusing fertilizers and things like that. So we started with that, and now we came to the second part, which is connecting our citizens, our residents within our county, with the drinking water source, which is our groundwater here. So the vast majority of our drinking water comes from groundwater, and our actions on the landscape can contaminate that. So I'll go through here really quick, and I'll talk a little bit about the next steps later on here. But this was the campaign sticker that we came out with, and we have a pack of them up here, and literally thousands of them. We've so far distributed 36,000 of these stickers through our water purveyors. So when you got your water bill, you also got a little sticker in your water bill too, hopefully. And there's still many, many more we're working with to get this out. But we want this to be kind of our iconic sticker if we can. You always see the Keep Tahoe Blue stickers, which kind of unifies the Tahoe communities around this idea. And this is the same here. We want to see these on water bottles, on the backs of your cars and things like that. So a person driving from Alpine can go down to Churchill and say, hey, we're all part of this together, and see this messaging. And there's also on the back, the peel, there's some messaging on the back too, which we talk about, you know, pet waste. We talk about chemical use, and you can go to imcarsonriver.org, and there's further information on these items here. Using a car wash, recycling your motor oil. One of the statistics that came out of our survey was 4% of our residents dump their motor oil down, admitted to dumping their motor oil down the storm sewer. And so that's admitting. And so there's probably a much larger presence that just sneak out there in the middle of the night and dump it in. So we're going to be messaging on all of these kind of items in the future here, trying to make sure that, you know, the small things that we can do to kind of contain our own pollution go. Because if each individual just manages themselves, it will go an incredibly long way into protecting our waters. In many of the water purveyors' websites, you will see this. We have a little graphic now, which is a link through to the messaging and education we have on the imcarsonriver.org website. And this is kind of the website here too. You can see the little feet of Vanessa Vancour right there, who gave the original PSA. But we're going to show you the new PSA here. So we tried to get voices and people from all over the watershed, and you will know many of these individuals. And we're hoping that everyone sees someone they know or looks like them, so they're brought into this to be a part of the solution. All right, hopefully the sound works.
In the Carson River watershed, there's one thing that connects us all.
This.
And I am not seeing.
In the Carson River.
try this here. Do. Why? All right, so this should be an embedded
In the
video
Carson River watershed,
that is not working, and I don't know why. Is this connected to Wi-Fi? Yes, it is. Sure. Keith? Excellent. I am, just give me 2 seconds here. I know I'm taking your time, but I am going to do
Play it straight from your website.
YouTube link. Yep, yep.
That'll work.
Okay.
We're gonna try. Yeah, you'll get to the first part, but no second part.
And you'll have like 5 minutes of ads to watch here too. So it's
You don't have that little skip ad? Oh.
okay. So
in the Carson River watershed, there's one thing that connects us all.
This.
Seeing as most of our drinking water comes from groundwater,
and on average our bodies are 65% water,
That makes me.
And me.
And me.
and him, and her too.
And her. And you.
Oh, I recognize him.
Carson River watershed.
The rest is whiskey.
Yes, the water in every glass. Water bottle.
Coffee.
for local brew.
Is pumped directly from our watershed.
So let's look after it.
So let's look after it.
So let's look after it.
All of us.
We've launched the I Am Carson River Watershed campaign
To ask everyone in the community
Do a couple of simple things to help protect
the quality of our drinking water.
And our watershed.
by recycling your motor oil,
Using, storing, and disposing of your chemicals responsibly.
inspecting and maintaining septic systems,
And cleaning up after you.
We keep fertilizers, paint products,
And other pollutants out of our water supply.
Your actions matter. I am Carson River Watershed, and you are too.
So let's make our water
something we can all raise a glass to.
excellent.
PSA.
So we've now been pushing this through some of the public broadcast, a lot through social media. We've done some advertising in what is our local newspaper? I'm sorry.
The Appeal?
The Appeal, the Nevada Appeal and things like that, just to get our community, because in our surveys too, we also talked about how our community consumes information. And newspapers in our community still are one of the key places that our residents consume their information. Like, we're going towards the internet as far as the vast, but we are still a newspaper community here, so that's an important part of it. Really quick, I won't even come back into this again. Our next steps is we're doing a series of vignettes. There are 15 30-second videos which shows our residents taking actions to clean up their watershed. And we're encouraging them to give us their own little seconds, either like their little TikTok 15 seconds of cleaning up the dog poop or washing their cars and things like that, so we can kind of celebrate our residents taking actions that clean up their watershed. You can see the initial on the back, there's these initial things. So we're gonna start with these initial stickers here. So Bagot, we have like a person walking 7, 8 dogs that's coming together here and talking about, like, you know, the importance of cleaning up pet waste, which is a really serious problem around our trailheads here. Even though we have the pup mitts and all that, people still don't. We're also working with our businesses like the car washes to encourage people to go to the car wash. They're required to contain their water and send it to processing, rather than if you do it in the street, it just goes into the storm sewer and directly to that. And so we're looking for incentives and, you know, maybe special days, coupons and things like that to also encourage local businesses that can help us be a part of the solution, having them interact with our community so everyone's seeing a benefit from it too. That's about all I have for you, and I really appreciate your time. If there's any questions you have, I'm happy to take them.
Do you have any questions? I don't know. Yeah, well done.
Excellent. And so
Well
I am
done.
carsonriver.org. If you want to show your friends or share it anytime, we're happy to see it go out further.
I would be happy to share that with the community. Has it been shared on our Facebook page for the city? Would you let
I know
Rachel have
Carson's-
it, and let's link across there and see if we can help our users. Hopefully they're Facebook fans of yours too.
Absolutely, absolutely. I like sharing friends.
But thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 19B, which is again a discussion only, and it's a presentation by our Carson Water Subconservancy District on the Carson River Water Marketing Study. Mr. James,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you, and I am not Brenda Hunt also, so. So today I want to give you an update on a study that we have just recently completed. We hired Loomis and Associates to do the study and give you kind of an overview of the water resources on the whole Carson River watershed. This is not a water plan for Carson City. This is an overview, and if you have any specific questions on Carson City's water supply, you're talking to the wrong Ed. You need to talk to the other Eddie. But I'll give you an overview of what's going on. A little background first. A couple years ago, CWSD board had directed us to look at doing some feasibility of water storage in the watershed. Historically, we always looked at large reservoirs on the main stem of the Carson River, and that's never going to happen. Environmentally, but also because all the water in the watershed is fully allocated, groundwater and surface water. So if you were to build a large structure on the Carson, what water would you store? You'd have to take it from someone else, and that's something important that people understand, that there is no extra water. However, there are small pockets of water opportunities that we could do, and we have very little upstream storage. So where could we possibly look at storage? And we're looking about off-channel storage or aquifer storage. So we had put some money aside to do this, and then this grant from the Bureau of Reclamation came up. It's called Water Marketing, but really it was looking at sustainability. How can you enhance your sustainability for water supply? And we thought this was a good marriage, that we already had money that was earmarked that could be used as a match, and we could do a lot more work expanding our study by doing that. So we filed for that grant, we were accepted, and so we've done it. So when you get into water marketing, there are things that you could do, limitations because of Nevada water law and also the Alpine Decree, but this gave us an opportunity to do a much larger study. So what we're going to show here is look at watershed trends, what's happening in the watershed, because this is critical as we start looking at our water supply, looking at some existing water uses, define water marketing activities, and other water marketing strategies. So again, following up the requirements in the grant. So first of all, watershed trends. And this one here, this is work put together. We used the Carson City gauge, but almost every gauge you go in the watershed, you can see this. But the upper graph just shows you the variability that we have in this watershed. We really depend on Mother Nature. You know, if Mother Nature gives us a lot of snow, we're going to have a good runoff. If it's like this year, she's being stingy, we're not going to get much. And so because we have very little upstream storage, every year is dependent upon what that snowpack is the prior year. And so when you start planning for it, how do you plan if you have such a variable supply? Now, most of the water purveyors in this watershed use groundwater, so they have a fairly good firm water supply. So this variability really impacts our agriculture community significantly. But we know that some of the communities have started purchasing some surface water rights. And so again, how do you tie that into your overall water plan? The table below is something I want to point out, and I'm going to focus on the bottom row. And this is really kind of looking at what is happening to our watershed over from 1940 to 2018. Now, the first column there is on the West Fork at the Woodford gauge. And the reason we like looking at this one is because there is very little upstream storage or activities upstream. So this is kind of what Mother Nature is providing us. And the same at the East Fork at the Gardnerville. So these are kind of, I'd say 98% what is happening through Mother Nature. And only 2% would be man-made or other impacts. And you'll see on the West Fork, during this time period, we almost see an 8% reduction in flows occurring in the upper watershed. If you go to the East Fork, you're seeing about a 4% reduction. Now, if you combine the two, and the East Fork is much larger than the West Fork, you're seeing just under a 5% reduction in flow over that period of time from 1940 to 2018. And this is a long-term trend, kind of what's the trend occurring, not individual years. We move down to the Carson City gauge, And you can see that there's actually almost a 9%. Now this gauge is including everything that's going on in Carson Valley. So now we have man-made impacts, agriculture, pumping, everything else occurring. So we're seeing that there is a change going through Carson Valley. And then we move on down to the Fort Churchill gauge, and you can see that one. Now this includes in Carson City and Lyon County impacts. And you'll actually see it's less than the impact we're seeing in the upper watershed. And the main reason why you're not seeing, or you're seeing that change there is we have a lot of agriculture that's gone out of production. If you look in Carson City, you used to have on the Mexican Dam, there was a Mexican ditch, a lot more agriculture. You now have a golf course there. You have other things going on. If you move through Lyon County, a lot of those agricultural fields have been taken out of production. So that water is not being taken out of the system anymore, and so that water is actually going back in, and that's why you see the impact is less than what you actually see from Mother Nature. Another thing is, of course, what's happening with the runoff patterns. And here, the orange line shows from 1940 to 59, and then the blue is showing from 2000 to 2019. And what's interesting to see is in January, February, March, in the early years from 40 to 59, you can see the runoff was pretty steady. That's our wintertime flows, and so the water was basically coming off. It would then hit the spring runoff. You would then start seeing the water coming up. You start seeing a little higher peak than compared to now. And then it would go down, but then what's interesting is in October, November, December, it would start picking up again. We would start seeing flows even at the Carson City picking up. Recently, we're now seeing the runoff is coming off earlier. We're having an earlier runoff. The flows are coming off even in February, March. Our peak is not as high. You do see in the summertime a pretty steady, same as what historically is, because really we're on the reclining limb of the system. But then also we're not seeing the increase in the fall runoff. And that has an impact of overall water supply too. Looking at climatic conditions. This is taking the long-term record here at Carson City. The upper line is your temperature, and you can see as it fluctuates, there is a slight statistical increase in temperature in Carson. What surprised me is that if you look at the lower one, this is our precip that comes to the area. And of course, precip is variable every year going there. But on a long-term range, we're seeing a slight decrease in our precipitation. So that's a concern too, because that is part of your water supply that comes locally here, and we're seeing a slight reduction in that. So challenges. With these variable fluctuations, how are we going to meet those water supplies on a sustainable bill in the future? So let's look a bit about the water use. So here's our supply I just talked about. Well, what is our users? There are 5 major groundwater basins in our watershed. And I'll kind of talk about each one of them here. The first one is the Carson Valley. And here you can see in records, the orange is irrigation use. The blue is domestic. Now you do not need a water right to have a domestic well, but domestic wells do use water. And so we do calculate how much water is being used. The green is the municipal water use, and then the gray is other use in the watershed. And so you can move through the system here. You'll see Eagle Valley. Most of it is used for municipal use. That's Eagle Valley is the Carson City area. The Dayton area covers the Dayton and Stagecoach area. And then you go down to Churchill Valley. That is actually the Silver Springs community. And then you get to the Carson Desert, and that is the Churchill County community. And you can see the different fluctuations on that. One of the things I wanted to point out here, and the circles show, is the perennial yield. And I know that Eddie gave you a presentation earlier talking about perennial yield. But one of the things I want to point out is that in this watershed, perennial yield probably is not a good indicator of your water supply. And I'll go through each one of these basins and show you that. So the first one is the Carson Desert. So you can see, if you looked at this, the perennial yield is about, the perennial yield there is about 2,500 acre feet, but they're pumping close to 18,000 a year. So you would think if you're pumping that much more over your perennial yield, your groundwater basin would be dropping. But that's not the case because of their recharge from agriculture. Agriculture is critical in the Newlands project and in the Churchill County area. And so they actually can pump this mineral water, and they're not seeing a reduction in their groundwater levels. So because a perennial yield is really more of a local, how much locally comes down and recharges, you're really missing that secondary recharge from agriculture. And so I think that's important. You see that one. The Churchill Valley, that one's probably a closer one of what reality is. The river goes around it. It doesn't go right through it. And there's a lot of impacts from the river providing sources. So that one probably is a good indication of what you actually have firm water availability. It's hard to tell by this graph, but their perennial yield is only 1,600 acre feet, and they're currently pumping about 2,500. And the majority of that is coming from domestic wells. So that's a community that has a lot of paper water, but not very much wet water. And that's something
And
that
that's
we-
Silver Springs,
Silver
right?
Springs
Okay.
area, correct. On the Dayton area, what's kind of interesting is they actually have two perennial yields, which is kind of unique because a perennial yield is long-term average, but when they did another study, they actually recognized two perennial yields. They have a wet perennial yield and a dry perennial yield. So again, it's kind of where I'm getting to is a water availability analysis versus a perennial yield. But this indicates right now that even on the low end, they seem to be pumping, they're not exceeding their groundwater pumping. Eagle Valley is your area. Now, the perennial yield in actual Eagle Valley is 4,900 acre feet of water. The 9,000 that Eddie presented to you is a system yield. And so you actually have more, and the reason the difference between the two is a perennial yield is, of course, what Mother Nature naturally provides, but you also recharge water from Ash, Kings Canyon, from the Marlet, so you're bringing other water sources into it and recharging your aquifer, and that's why you have a higher system yield than a perennial yield. And so again, if you were strictly to live on perennial yield, it's not a good indication of your water supply. Then in Carson Valley, you can see that the perennial yield there is 49,000 acre feet, and they're only pumping 32, so you'd think, oh, they got plenty of water. Well, the problem again with a perennial yield, that's a regional whole watershed, but if you go to the Pine Nuts, you're actually seeing water tables dropping. There's no municipal wells out there, but you got a lot of domestic wells, and that's drawing the aquifer down. So in the east part on the Pine Nuts, we actually have a water shortage issue. You get into Carson Valley, you do have agriculture that's recharging, so their water levels are staying pretty good. And then you have this issue of groundwater, surface water interaction. And if you start pumping a lot of water that's close to the river, you may be extracting water out of the river, which could impact downstream users. And so the people in Churchill County are always looking and saying, wait a minute, how much are you actually going to pump that could actually impact us? So again, a perennial yield is not a good indication of how much physical water would be there for future growth. So water marketing and strategies that we're looking at. One of the things, of course, we told the consultant is when you look at it, it has to follow whatever we do, the Alpine Decree and Nevada water law. These are two critical things because we've already have established law that says how water can be allocated and used, points to diversions, where water can be. A lot of times people think that the Alpine Decree is very restrictive, but it's not. It's already very flexible. There's already a lot of things that the federal water master does to move water around that gives opportunity. So there is some flexibility in that system. And then you get into the municipal water system. One of the things that we have promoted for years is that intertie, connecting systems together. That pipeline from Minden all the way to Carson City, we were a strong supporter of that because we saw that a need. And I want to clarify, that pipeline wasn't there because Carson City was running out of water. That pipeline came in because of new standards placed by the federal government. When arsenic went from 50 parts per billion to 10 parts per billion, all of a sudden, everything basically north of the Minden airport no longer met the standard. They're running about 35 parts per billion. And then Carson City had some issues with uranium in their system. And all of a sudden you start looking at if you were to treat those, the cost of treating that was probably going to cost you more, or just the infrastructure first, more than the regional pipeline. And then you have these very large ongoing operating costs. So that regional pipeline actually provided a benefit for the whole watershed at a much lower cost than if everyone had gone on their own. And that benefited, of course, Carson City, Indian Hills, GID, and North Douglas County. And then we also promote the intertie between Lyon and Carson. That's been a very successful program. So we really look at if you can intertie and regionally work cooperatively together, you can lower your cost to your community. Reclaimed water, you guys already heard about it. We use all our reclaimed water. It's a very good opportunity. Aquifer storage and recovery is something that we're looking at as we start looking at developing these. And then leasing and water banking, these are things that we can develop in the future. It's interesting, the state engineer introduced a water banking bill this last session. But when we looked at the bill, it violated the Alpine Decree, so we actually had to oppose it. Water banking is something that can be done, but we have to make sure it doesn't violate those critical laws that we currently have in place. And import water. You have the Marlet system, it's coming from a different watershed. It comes in, it's a very important source to you. And the Truckee Canal is critical for the Newlands project. That brings water from the lower Truckee over into the Newlands. And to give you an example how important that is this year, 75% of that water that is in Newlands from October 1st to today came from the Truckee River, and only 25% came from the Carson. So if we did not have that Truckee Canal, the Newlands project would not be a system that would be functional today. And so that's why it's so important to have those interties. So again, the consultant looked at where could we possibly store water, looked at a lot of different sites. They actually looked at about 40 different places, but a lot of them don't work. A lot of times you may have, here's an aquifer, you could store water in there. However, it's too close to the river. You put the water in, it's gone, the next day back into the river. So you had to be far enough away from the river. The soils had to be able to take it. There may be some other surface storage opportunities. What I've done is I've added a few of these in here because I was asked to show some examples of this. None of them are in the Carson area, but this is near Stagecoach. And this idea would to possibly put an induction well, taking the water, surface water right. You'd have to acquire surface water right for this. You would then pump the water and put it into the aquifer, and then in the late summer, you would be able to pull out the aquifer to provide your customers. So basically, you're shifting that, you're taking that surface water that's available in the springtime, storing it, and then being able to extract it in the late summer. So this is one idea. This is one up in the Douglas County area. Same idea. Taking water, you have some surface water rights, maybe taking out of an irrigation ditch, pumping it in the springtime. This one was a historic storage for wastewater. However, because it has some water quality and leaking issues, they actually moved it to the lower pond you can see on this film or this picture. So there's two options here. One is you could actually reline it and have it as surface storage, so we could store it on the surface, or possibly taking out the soil and let it infiltrate better. Of course, you'd have to look in more details. There's some water quality issues and how you'd be able to extract it. But these are some options that the consultant looked at. And then another one here is on in Stagecoach. Stagecoach is a very good aquifer. It's far enough away from the river. You could put water in. You could possibly take it out later on. We're looking at a regional pipeline that would go from Dayton to Silver Springs being proposed. If that happens, you could possibly move water in through an induction well from the surface water, put it into this pipeline, again in the springtime, store the water by injecting in the ground, and then in the late summer, extract it back and put it into the regional pipeline. There's costs associated with them. None of them are cheap. They're always kind of expensive, but it's far cheaper than a surface reservoir on the main stem of the Carson, I'll tell you that. But it gives you an idea, and none of this is necessary today, but it kind of gives an idea of where we could be in the future as we have a need for a water supply. So where do we go from here? Well, this gives us a lot of good data. We have a lot of good understanding. We've just recently applied for another grant from the Bureau of Reclamation that we're hoping to develop a 40-year water plan for the entire Carson. And this would give us some real opportunities because we have the study that we did with the water marketing. We have a lot of work that the USGS has done. They did a complete groundwater modeling, surface water in the Carson Valley. They also did one for the Middle Carson area. Some very good modeling efforts. However, there were some issues with how they interpreted the Alpine Decree. So we'd want to get some money to work with them to modify those so it's more reflective of the Alpine Decree. And so we would then put all this data here. Also, Douglas County has just recently hired USGS to do a complete groundwater analysis for their area. So we would have a good indication of what groundwater resources are really there. We can incorporate all that data, put it in and develop this 40-year water plan, and then see, how that water how to meet the community's needs. And then the other thing is, because climate change is such a big issue, the USGS has created this climate change model. So what we would do is we would have that model that results, and then we would superimpose these climate change, what ifs, climate change onto it, and see if our water plan still holds water as we move forward. So it gives us an opportunity to look to the future, because I can't tell you what the climate's going to be in the future, but we always want to plan for the what ifs. And this would give us opportunities to have a baseline and then several what if scenarios for the future to ensure that there is sustainable water for your community and the watershed. So that's a brief overview, but if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer this time.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? Supervisor White?
Thank you. In regards to the Newlands project, where are those guys at in bringing that Truckee Canal up to full speed, bringing the full allocation to Lahontan Reservoir?
That's a very long answer to a simple question. So first of all, historically, they were looking at taking quite a bit of water. The ditch was supposed to be able to divert over 1,000 CFS. Those amounts have been reduced over the years. They have what they call the OCAP, which limits how much water they can take. I'll even take a step further back. When CWSD was originally formed, the idea was to build a dam on the East Fork of the Carson. And the whole idea back then was the federal government was going to move forward. They wanted to build this dam for agricultural purposes. And if you build a dam like that, you have to have the farmers pay back the dam for the cost for it. But they don't like dealing directly with the farmers, so they need a go-between, and that's what the Subconservancy's original purpose was, to negotiate with the farmers to help for the payback of this large dam. The question, of course, was, what water are we going to store if all the water is allocated? And the idea back in the 50s and 60s was, we'll just divert more out of the Truckee and put it into Newlands. So any water stored in the upper watershed, any shortfall coming to lower would be coming out of the Truckee. Because back then the idea was, well, where's that water going to? Well, it's this terminal lake called Pyramid Lake. There's not, we want to go to agriculture. Well, then you had the 60s and 70s where all of a sudden the environmental issues came up. Wait a minute, we have concerns. And then the Pyramid tribe said, whoa, wait a minute, if you take more water out of the Truckee, Pyramid Lake's going to drop even further. So they started having concerns. And all of a sudden the realization is there's not extra water to take out of the Truckee. So even though the canal was designed to take a lot more water out, it has been reduced over the years. And there's always scrutiny on that. Now, there's some talk about lining the Truckee Canal to try to streamline the water and get it more efficient across. However, if you line the Truckee Canal, the city of Fernley will lose quite a bit of water because a lot of their water, groundwater, is recharged from leakage from the Truckee Canal. So there's always that debate, okay, if we line it so it's more efficient coming across, what happens to the Fernley, city of Fernley's community? And so that's... Nope. Yes, and that's true too. So... Yes. So they're still working on it, and there's a lot of things there, but I think you're going to see that the Truckee Canal will always be scrutinized, but it's important that we have that available so that water is available to the Newlands project.
So we do have agreements as to what is considered, what the 100% of allocation is. It's supposed to arrive at Lahontan. But a few years ago, there was a canal failure.
Correct.
And it's not been fully put back together. What's the game plan for getting that back together?
Well, that gets into the lining of the ditch, because right now they are limited to, I think it's 400-something CFS because of these limitations. If they were able to take more in the future, they would have to line the ditch to ensure that they wouldn't have future failures, and that's the issue right now, is if they were to do that, it would protect the city of Fernley from flooding from a failure, but then it would impact the water supply going there. So the Newlands project is actually looking at reevaluating how much water they can get and maybe changing their operational procedures to ensure taking water maybe longer periods to offset that shortfall where they can't take as much.
So essentially, we're getting what we're going to get.
Yes.
Okay.
I told you it was a long answer to a simple question.
But we got to a simple answer.
We did,
You
yes.
got what you got.
You get what you get, yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have any other questions on this? No? Great presentation.
Thank you so much
And
for your time.
really appreciate all the hard work and, I guess, what,
I asked that before, Ed, but I don't remember. Where is that picture?
That is in the
You know?
canyon?
It is in Brunswick?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a gorgeous one. I think, yeah.
Yeah, Juan Guzman took it.
Guzman took that picture, so.
we did recognize Juan
Yeah.
Is that where Juan sat on the star thistle?
and Lindsay.
Should we bring that up again?
Recognize Lindsay. Yeah, both Lindsays. Lindsay Chichester was in it too. Okay, well, if we don't have any more questions, then thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay, what we're going to do now is we are going to recess until about 1:45 for our closed session. There is lunch that you can go over there and get. For the public that is listening, we will come back on to the record approximately 2:15. So just please check in at 2 and see if we're back on for our final item. But other than that, we'll be back on for sure by 2:15. But we do have closed session at 1:45. So we're in recess. Thanks. of Supervisors back to order. We are on item number 20A. We're going to be tabling this to a future meeting as we just received word from the state that there was a couple of edits necessary in the agreement. And since this is a statewide agreement, it has to be the same language before every commission or city. So we'll be deferring action on this item. We're now on to agenda item number 21, which is our non-action items. Ms. Paulson, do you have anything to share with the board?
I just want to remind everybody about our board retreat in this room on Monday, starting at 8:30. And just to let the public know, we'll be talking about the city's strategic plan, reapportionment, and also possible uses for the city's American Rescue Plan funding.
Thank you. Does any member of the board have information to share? Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, on the American Rescue Plan funds, have you been keeping track of the comments we've gotten so far so we don't have to make a note of those and bring them up? You've got that.
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Had a CTA meeting on Monday, and just wanted to report a couple of things out. First, the new arts and cultural manager has come on board. Her name is Deborah Soul. She comes from Boulder City, has quite a bit of experience, not quite a bit, she has a lot of experience actually in managing arts and cultural programs, and especially, which is what I think sold the search committee on experiential arts and culture. So that is sort of integrating arts and culture with experiences. So, hopefully bringing art and cultural tourism to the community. So we're very excited for her. CTA was able to put together a bus tour out of Las Vegas that involves several days of bus folks coming up from Vegas, did a tour of the region. And so that is hopefully the first of many. And then due to some COVID restrictions up at Lake Tahoe, Carson City got the opportunity to host a 70-plus team boys lacrosse tournament mid-June. So it was 19, 20, and 21 of June. And that lacrosse tournament, first time it's been held in Carson. I believe it's the first time it's been held in Nevada. They loved every part of it. They loved Nevada. Shout out to Parks and Rec for their help. They did a great job. They liked it so much that they are looking at adding a tournament here to Nevada. They're trying to decide if they're going to do it in the fall of 21 or sometime in 22. But 70 teams. I don't remember how many players are on a lacrosse team. I think there's 20 or so per team. Not all of them play, but somewhere in that neighborhood. So a lot of numbers. And what CTA has done and is going to try and do in the future, which I applaud the staff for, and I think it's great, is communicating ahead of time with some of the restaurants in town, trying to set something up where they have a quick service menu. So as these sports tournaments particularly come into town, because they have a quick turnaround time, to offer something for them so they can get in, get a lunch, and get out. But I applaud CTA for reaching out to the restaurants in town ahead of time to communicate that to them so they can get them ready for those tournaments. And that's kind of what they're going to be doing going forward. So that's it for CTA.
Was that at Livermore Park?
It was at Livermore and at Governor's Field.
And Governor's
Yeah.
Field.
So I'll tell you, I drove out on one of those days and I was going to go watch. I couldn't park. I could not park. It was packed. It was packed. And they loved, the lacrosse people loved it. So
when you
CTA
say Nevada, do you mean Carson City again or Nevada? When you said they're looking for another tournament?
No, they're
Us?
going to come back to us. This is
Us.
the first time they've done it in Nevada, and they are looking to come back again to Carson City.
Okay.
They may still, the South Lake Tahoe tournament they've had has been in South Lake Tahoe for a number of years. They may still have it there, but they're looking at adding
Another
Carson
one to
City.
us.
Yes.
That's great.
So,
Great.
yeah, big shout out to Parks and Rec for their help. Nancy, if you can let them know that CTA and all the tournament teams were appreciative. And CTA, when they have these tournaments, they go out and do surveys. So they get feedback from the teams and then they process that information and then we share that on our webpage so that it's good to know how far they came from and where they spent money, where they stayed, and that helps CTA do what they do, which is bring people to put heads in beds. So
Great.
there you go. That's it for
Thank
me.
you. Does anybody else have an item? Supervisor Jones?
I have a question on this ACT fund or whatever it's called. What are the restrictions? Do we know what the restrictions
Yes.
are?
Yes.
Can
We'll
we
be
see-
doing that on Monday.
Well, can we see them in advance?
It's in your packet. That was you just picked up, oh, maybe you didn't pick yours
I
up.
haven't picked mine up. yet.
Never mind.
Okay, it's in
The
the packet.
packet that
Okay.
you're gonna pick up.
That's the restrictions. Do we have a lot of comments, suggestions?
No, we didn't get too many.
8 maybe?
Yeah, at the most. But we did incorporate a discussion point for anything that I received directly, because some called, some sent in items. So everything that we received via some methodology, we've incorporated the discussion for Monday in there. Good? Supervisor Schutte, have a question? Comment?
No, just a comment, and I forgot to bring this up last meeting on the 1st. So on Monday, the 21st of June, we had the joint Parks and Rec and Open Space meeting. And one of the topics, and the room was absolutely full, was dog parks. And really great comments, and people are really passionate about their pets and wanting to do the right thing, whether it's on trails or in the parks. And I think the biggest takeaway for really everyone in the room is how quickly rumors spread and the false information, because quite a few people were in the room worried that Sonoma Park, that there was plans to separate the park into small dog area and large dog area, and several people spoke that they have one of each and also a kiddo, and so that they couldn't be in 3 different places in the park. And so it was really nice, this open forum, to let everyone know that that in fact isn't in the plans. So yeah, to all the folks out there watching, if you're not sure about something, and if there is a plan you hear about that really makes no sense, please check in. Please check the Carson website or call one of us, and we can let you know really what the plans are.
Great. When do we expect to see the results from where we're gonna add leashes, no leashes, or where do you see that?
You know, it's still being worked out, and so I would imagine in the next month or 2, it should be ironed out.
Okay. Just as a reminder, I thought Stacy was gonna do it, but on the side of the CTA building tomorrow, we will be doing a ribbon cutting for the new mural. Is that at 10 or 10:30? 10 o'clock tomorrow, so the community might want to come out and see our Welcome to Carson City mural. That was done, and in advance, I'm thanking the Rotary for their contribution to that mural. Ms. Paulson, you have a comment?
That's all I was going to say.
Oh, I beat you to it. I saw her hand raised. Okay. Anybody have anything else? No? We're going to move on to final public comment. Do I have any callers on the line?
There are no callers on the line at this time.
I see a particular no public comment. I have no public comment in the room either, so if there is no objection, we're adjourned. Thank you all for a good meeting. Really.
Water.